は Naha Airport, and that looks really good. Great place to go and start an airplane adventure. Hey, that's just what we're doing. Spy Flight, and thank you for coming on in today. Hey, I know they're not wows at wow time, but thanks for putting all the cute dancing emotes in. I mean, this is kind of one of those dancey, jazzy songs. And thank you for being here today. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in and putting up with yesterday's big problems. We did manage to, thanks to Polyot, ran a couple of tests. As it turns out, the VATSIM trouble yesterday was very probably just an internet hiccup, and it just needed a little bit of time to sort itself out. So VATSIM seems to be working pretty good right now. I left an airplane sitting on the ground at Heathrow for 30 minutes, and it didn't have a problem. And there's a lot of air traffic going on at Old Heathrow right now. So, and I came up with a very, very funny line that I put in to a message. You know, the Eagle has landed, EGLL, Eagle, and I guess nobody really thought that that was all that, clever. I guess it's probably been done before. Scott Johnson is back. Welcome aboard. Why are there so many emoji? Actually, that's kind of a thing about live streaming. We do that here. We just kind of do that. We love to pop them in. You know, it's hey, we're here, we're fun, we're ready to dance around and play with airplanes and stuff. So we kind of do all that. It's a live stream thing. Sorry you found it annoying though. Dad game time, happy Easter. That's right, today in the US and a lot of places it's Easter. In other parts of the world, Orthodox, was yesterday, actually. So it was yesterday, but welcome. Hi, Power Blaster. Yeah, it's how we say hi. It's how we do that. So, Dextro Gaming, good to see you. Thank you. Sometimes it's a bit much, but we love a bit much every now and then. Just love to have a good reason to smile, and be excited and happy and stuff. So that's kind of why we do that. I have changed the time, real world weather, and as you can see, if you look on the horizon, the sun is starting to come up here at Naha Airport. So we basically have got a sunrise flight to our flight. Now, if you have not been over to Discord today, you really need to go over. I just put a link into our Discord. It's free. Polyot has been writing some really great travel magazine stories with pictures about the airport we're departing from and the one we're going to. And I think it's starting to turn into, hey, this is pretty cool. I think I'm going to go take this trip. So we may actually get trip reports from a real version of what we're doing right now. But you do owe it to yourself to go over and check that out. There is some incredibly cool pictures that Polyot is finding of the places that we're all going here. So, and that's the first flight we do every Sunday is, we just pick up where we left off last Sunday and slowly making our way north through Japan. And then after that, I'm not sure if we want to do this or not. Yesterday had a plan for St. Louis to Dallas in the L1011. We could take the L1011 some other place. And I was going to try and overcome my fear and go Boston to Martha's Vineyard in the CRJ. Boston to CRJ. Boston to Martha's Vineyard. If you've been on the spy flight, you know that that's really, really a scary place. So anyway, those are kind of the plans for right now. Dead Game Time. Yeah, it's over in the Chit Chat channel. Although, we may have to start having a travel blog channel for some folks that are actually getting to go and do some of these really great flights. I'm kind of keeping a list of some of the flights that we've done over time here on the Spy Flight as being routes that if I get to go back out into the real world and stuff like that, I'd like to take. So, you ought to do that for yourself too. Dextro Gaming says Spy Hat. Well, let's see. Spy Hat. Gonna have to do the original one because I don't have one of these. I really don't have one of these. Sunjammer has also been to a lot of really cool places in Japan, too. So Sunjammer is also got just a ton of knowledge about where we're flying. This is a really cool little airplane. It's the YS-11. This was a Japanese-built turboprop airplane. It, is I think one of their last airplanes that they built. And this flew for Japan Air Systems. And one of their later call signs was, I think it was it J-Prop or something like that? What was it? Let's see. I have to look it up. Did I have it written down anywhere? I think I deleted it. So let's see. Japan. All right, spelling is hard. Japan Air Systems and Japan. So they actually had several. They had Jaybird. That's it. It was Jaybird. So this is where I go and find out a lot of stuff about some of the historic airplanes. And yeah, Polyot is this thing became Japan Airlines. So the thing is this was Japan Air Systems, and they were called Todomes was their call sign. Then it was Air System, but Jaybird I thought was, kind of cool. So Jaybird, that was 2004 to 2006. So we're flying one of the more old historic airplanes. So we're flying this old thing right here, which is going to be kind of a fun challenge today. Oh, and by the way, this particular flight is also going to be a VOR-to-VOR flight. See, this airplane does not have an awful lot of, modern stuff in it. Yeah, any of them fancy computers and things like that. So one of the things I did is I went over and generated a flight log that you can do through one of our favorite, flight planners, SkyVector. So this is a SkyVector flight planner. The big reason I like to do this is it gives us frequencies of where we're going. And also gives us distance, magnetic course, true course, all sorts of really great information. So it really is a nice little app to have. Go slow so you can follow. Okay, yeah. I did do one flight earlier this morning, and if you were wondering what happened to the video that I normally do over on YouTube in the morning, I got up early so that I could try and start troubleshooting the problems I was having with VATSIM so we could get back on VATSIM today. And so I was up really early today, and it seems to have worked itself out. And then I jumped in and did a test flight in this so I know how to start it. I know, flying a computerless aircraft that is simulated in a video game on a computer is definitely really, really kind of messed up, I think, which is our world. You can't get the GNS 430 to power on. So, okay, let's do our little refresher thing here. Basically, I've got all my normal views that we would normally have here. So we're all set and ready to go. Big J plays. There's a new video out about the 737 700. I didn't know that it was coming out. Okay, Maxim Cherokee, a 430, what I use in your Lifeline. Oh, the GNS 430. You could do that. So let's go down the electronic flight bag. We do have the electronic flight bag. If you go to options, you can either be classic, you can either do a GTN 650, the PMS, the TDS. So you can do one of those two. WT 430, I guess that's the one you're talking about. You could do that one. I'm just going to leave it as a classic. I'm feeling totally classic today, so there you go. So we've got that one there. Charts, you can also connect your Navigraph to this, and it looks like it's one of the better charts apps. So that's kind of cool too. We can go to home, and this looks really good. We can go to ground. Now, one thing that you need to do is before you get in the airplane, back when you're in walk-around mode and stuff, you will need to go and take off the prop color covers. You're going to need to take off the pitot tube covers, and you'll also need to turn off the chocks from outside the airplane. So you need to do that before you get out of walk-around mode. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Big update across the 737 NGs. That's coming out too. Cool. Can't wait for that. Polyot thinks it's the 9th. Captain Norse came in with a nice raid. Hi, Raiders. Good to see you today. Thank you for coming in. We're taking an old prop liner right now, and we are doing a Japanese tour. And this was a Japanese-made airplane too. Hi, Born. Welcome aboard. Polyot, are they releasing that as an update? I have no idea. Hi, Captain Norse. There you are in chat. Welcome aboard. Nikki, good to see you. So, anyway, this is the airplane that we're flying. So, come on in here, and I'm going to stay classic with this. When you come over here to ground, you could go over and you could hit ground power. That's probably a good idea. Hi, Redux. Welcome aboard. How's everything in Norway today? Mr. Jaybird TV is in chat, and Nathan came in too. Welcome, welcome. Okay, you could open the door, and this door kind of slides off to the side. And if you look in there, you see there's some stairs in there. So you could also click the stairs. And this thing moves slow enough that you could actually go outside and watch the stairs come out. I will tell you that as a little child, this was the most fascinating thing to me about airplanes, is when a door would open and like stairs would come out like this. One of them was the old Convair. Remember the Convair twin prop liners from a long time ago? The door would come up and the stairs would come out and all that. I just, wow, that. And then, you know, in the 737, the stairs would come out from underneath the door. And as a kid, you know, watching, you know, Dad get on a business trip and stuff like that. Or MD-80s. The MD-80s did that too. That was just as a kid, I would look at that and say, wow. So there you go. I'm still going wow like that. So you also saw CD players that open like that. Okay, so we've got our doors open. I've got ground power, and that's it. My parking brakes are on. So parking brakes are on, and that's what we need for that. Nothing else really to do in the world of home. You can import your Cimbri flight plan. So I did import the Cimbri flight plan, and you can go and get that in here. So now we've got that there. And so we've got, you know, all of our numbers and stuff if we want those. Also here in the world of ground, I don't see a place where you go and you import your weight and balance and stuff. So, you know, you come over here, you can import like the text, but I don't see where we go and put all of that in. There is a map over here that you can get to if you don't have Navigraph, and you can also use charts, but it did go and put our flight plan here in the Navigraph charts. Or if you want, you could click off Navigraph charts, and you can go and do if you're in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, you can go and you can use Lido charts, which a lot of us are. I'd like to use those when I can. Where did you get this airplane? You get it from the marketplace. It's not one of the most expensive airplanes out there either. It is not one of the most expensive airplanes that you can get. This one is one of those really nice ones. We did not have a SID or a star going out, and we don't, you know, going out or going in. So our approach today is going to be, I think the best choice is the ILS Zulu. The ILS Zulu for runway 3, okay? So ILS Zulu for runway 3. See, I'm just kind of pinning up my flight here. Airport ground. And I think this airport ground also includes parking gates and stuff. Yeah, it's got your gates over there too. And I'm going to change it to nighttime because nighttime's the cooler charts. And then after that, if you hit the little pin button, it should give all of your pins that you've got. Well, it didn't work too well there, did it? So I went and I pinned up everything, and that didn't work so well, did it? JSG Droid says this is a $13 airplane. Let's see. Tim Dog has got 200 dents in the car. So it's 200 dents, but you don't think it's going to be totaled. So I'm going to try it again. Okay, airport ground, airport parking. Okay, that looks good. So that worked. Let's see if we can get the other one to work now. Turn off the pin. Come over here. ILS approach. ILS Zulu. Airport ground. And click the pin button. Air ground, ILS Zulu. And it, okay, so it doesn't really remember it too well, but I mean, that's okay. You know, it's a $13 airplane. In your options over here, the options, you can put in SimBrief and connect Navigraph and do all that stuff. And that's pretty much ready to go and start flipping buttons and stuff. So if you go outside, we got our doors open, the stairs are down, we got ground power plugged in. Come on up here, and we've got several little buttons up here. First, you've got a battery button. So there's the battery button on the DC. That's upper panel far on the right side, so battery goes on. We have also got external power. Let's turn on the external power. And there we go. I've also gone and moved stuff around a little bit here. You can also do a no smoking light. And then there's dimmers, and then the whole upper panel there. Let's go ahead. I'm going to do the nav light goes on. And so we've got that going on as well too. And the airplane's kind of coming to life here. Looking down here is our radios. So comms are 122.8. And it's not one of those where you can kind of flip the radios around. And I'm not having any luck with the other radio. So you kind of got to get a little bit closer here to get down to the radio. And then turn it on. Yeah, you actually have to turn this radio on. Oh, and you're going to need this guy over here, the nav radios. Did I just turn on the emergency lights? I don't, let's see, what did I do? I turned on navigation lights, anti-collision, everything else is off up here. Okay, over here on the power source, I have external and battery power on. Nothing on my fuel, nothing over on the power source there. The dimmers, what do I have here on the dimmers? Nothing, I haven't changed anything there. And over on this one, I turned on the no smoking light. And I also, we got to turn on the radios. So let's do the radios. Radio, and there's also a cool little radio back cooling fan. JSG Droid, it's on the far side right upper panel here.
Traffic, Piaggio, November, a Golf Foxtrot, taxiing around.
I hear Loviz. All the way to the right on the upper panel. Okay, so emergency lights. If they're there, I'm just not seeing it. Generators. Emergency lights. Oh, it's all the way over here. Okay, emergency lights are on. All right, now we got that going on. Let's see here. There should be some lighting down here, but the sun's coming up. I'm not going to worry too much with the lights down here. Dolly is checking in from Little Shuttle Rock, England. It's Bike Pedal, Tyndallsford, Little Shuttlethrock, England. Did I say that right, Dolly? Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by today. We're just getting going here. Okay, so all of this looks good. Now, I'm going to need my navigation map here, and we got to go and get our first radio here, and that's going to be 112.0. So 112.0 is our first 112.0 is our first nav. And I don't think that has to be on. And then our first heading is going to be a runway heading, my guess is. So we can come over here to Mr. Charts. And this is our departure chart. And this is Naha. So we're departing off of runway 118 left. So our departure heading is going to be 183 degrees. And that's going to have to come in over here. So let's dial in 183. Oh, it's not that. 183. Yeah, that up silver switch there. That one was nicely hidden, wasn't it, JSG Droid? Okay, there's 180, 180, 181, 182, 183. Then, after that, after we take off, we're going to go to CAD, the VOR. And let's see, it's only going to be about 12 miles, but we're going to be changing our heading to 036 degrees. So I'm going to dial, let's see, VOR ADF. Okay, where do I do the course heading? That's not it. Uh-oh, I thought I figured, oh, I bet it's this thing over here. I'll bet it's this guy over here. Yeah, 036. 036 is going to be our first heading going out. So after we take off, we're going to have to turn back around and go to 036. Okay, we got that one there. Our next radio is going to be the CAD VOR. And CAD, no, it's going to be OME. So we need to tune the secondary nav radio to that one, okay? So over here, we're going to dial in 117.5. 117.5. There we go. I don't know if we need that on or not. 117.5. What that's going to do is that's going to activate the other VOR, and it's going to show a DME. So that's going to alert us to the fact that, ooh, we're picking up our second radio station. And so that's what we're going to need there. Justice did St. Louis to DFW. We're going to give that one a try maybe, unless we figure out another thing to do. This is a very different airplane. I'm kind of making it up as I go. Okay, so all of this looks good. That's about all the show. That's about all the preparation that you can do. It does have a little bit of up here, so you can do VOR, localizer, back course, approach, glide slope. You could pop that in there as well. I didn't do anything like that on my first flight. Okay, so I think it's time to start getting ready to go. We'll go to ground, and I'm going to pull up my stairs. Pass it. Oh, wait a minute. We didn't load the plane. The only way that I know to load this plane is we're going to have to go over and use the Microsoft Flight Simulator iPad. And we'll just have to put in things there. So click the airplane at the bottom.
Subscriber confirmed.
Lundy just did a resub. Hey, Lundy, thank you for a 2-month resub and some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep my lights on. I really appreciate it. Thank you for helping me to keep this silly thing going. I could not do it without you. Coffee, cheers. Okay, so what I think we do is we go to flight performance and we do mass and balance. Okay, so how do we do all this? My cargo and my passengers. I'm supposed to have 44 passengers. So 44 passengers. I'm guessing we'll just dial this up here. There's 20, 30, 44. 44 passengers. So we got our passengers in there. So we got that in. Okay, so there's our passengers. Now we'll do cargo.
Naha traffic.
And that's going to be 2.4.
Departing runway 18 left. Runway heading and then turning to the north. Naha.
And I believe it's pounds. So 2.4 is 2,400. The closest I can make it is 2.460. So that's about all we can do there, right? Fuel, our block fuel is supposed to be 9,341 pounds. So 9,341 pounds. Okay, that's gallons. We need pounds. 9,346 is the closest we're going to get. Okay, so we've got 44 passengers, 2,400 pounds of cargo, and we've got 9,400 pounds of fuel. And I think what we do there is then we hit load the airplane. Load immediately. And that's it. Our airplane should now be properly loaded with our weight and balance and everything else. And we're done. Now let's close the door and depart scene of the crime. Let's put up our stairs. Okay, so stairs. And here comes the stairs going up. And the little kid in me is going to go, wow, Mom, look at those stairs going up. Yeah, son, they're stairs. That's just brilliant of you. Okay, so we've got the stairs going up. Let's go ahead, and when it changes color, we can close the door. And there goes our door closing. And the door's closed. With that, I'm going to go seatbelts going on. Seatbelts are going on. I don't think that we need to push back from here. So what we'll do is let's do the bacon or the anti-collision lights. And then I'm going to come up here and I'm going to get all my fuel tanks. So master fuel, I didn't do the ones on the side. These things, the transfer pumps, I'll pop those on. But those are the only ones that I was doing. Those were the fuel pumps there. And then to start the engines on this airplane, we'll come down here. We're in ground mode. That is a control lock. And then we're going to go and take the condition levers and go to both to on. I'm going to roll my first throttle up just a little bit. Okay, so that goes up just a little bit. And then from there, it's time to do starting. So for the starter, we're going to go and do number 1. And starter master is on. And then you hold the button down. And then the thing starts spinning really, really fast. I haven't let go of my mouse button. I'm holding my mouse button. And I think I read after 2.5, release the starter. And it just goes. That's right. You have to not only press the button, you have to hold the button. And our airplane's coming on up. And then we'll slowly reduce the throttle back to idle. And then you can see our engine is stable, even though the pilot isn't. Okay, there we go. So we did that one. Next start, we're going to go over and flip the switch. And now we're going to do the same thing. Ready? And hold it, hold it, hold it. Don't release the mouse button. Sometimes I can look down, sometimes I can't. My look down is not working. So I had to release the button. I'm also moving my throttle forward just a bit. And now we got 2 engines, 2 Assassin's Creed swords spinning. A little loud out here. All right, so we've got those up there, and those are going good, right? After that, I'm going to go engine selector off, master start off. We're going to come up here, and we need to go flip these all the way up and turn on our inverters. So we got to pop those in there. We need to come over here and hit reset and then on for our generators. We can disconnect ground power now. Ground power is going to go off. Let's come on down here and disconnect the ground power unit. And so far, that takes care of all the red lights up here. That takes care of all of our red lights or any other light. And so that's that. Now then, these guys down here, these lights go off as you roll the throttles forward, okay? So that's how that, don't worry about those. My flap switch, flap lever, I'll just do flaps 1 for takeoff. And if you look outside your window, you can see the flaps going out a little bit. So flaps 1. And it makes all sorts of flappy sounds too, which is kind of cool. Let's see, the transponder is down here. So we are on VATSIM, thank goodness. I was really kind of getting stressed about that yesterday, especially at the end of the day. I know I shouldn't be, but I just do. Altitude reporting on. System A. And I think that this just goes up. And I can tell that we're doing it because I've got mode C. I don't know what its degree is. I'm not sure what its degree is, Phalo. We look over here. So here's speed limitations. VMO, VA, VFE. It's 10 degrees, 20 degrees, and 35 degrees. It's 10, 20, and 35 degrees. All right, I think we're ready to give it a shot. Shall we try and take off? Do I get... Yeah, I think I turned on Elevate X, so I think we're good there. T-Bird, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. All right, let's come on up here. And I'm going to do a taxi light. And then you could also extend your landing lights. So we've got the landing lights extended too. I think that this is just a taxi out kind of a deal. So taxi out time. And I did go and get these Navigraph charts all set up for us today, just for myself, so that I can make this all kind of figure it out. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to take off runway 15, take off to the south, and then loop-de-loop up here and come over here to the Kadena VOR. And that's how we're going to navigate, right? What could possibly go wrong? Let's see, taxi out. Basically, I would guess a big left turn to get onto taxiway Alpha 1. All right. Parking brakes. The parking brake lever just works. And then you'll have to move your throttles up to get going. Big J plays. Landing lights for me. Now you see we're moving. Now you see we're moving. Naha traffic. There is a Jaybird YS11 taxiing out of stand 14. And we are heading over to runway 18 left and departing to the south, then the north. Naha. Yeah, I can't grow up about that. I would be so run out of town on a rail if I lived here. So landing lights, basically landing lights as you're lined up. When you line up going down the runway, you turn them on. When you reach 10,000 feet, you turn them off. When you hit 10,000 feet, you turn them on again when you're coming down. And then just before you exit the runway, before you turn, they're supposed to go off. These are very, very bright lights. And because they're such bright lights, you can blind people. They can be blinded by the light. And they'll be revved up like a deuce, like the rumor in the night. But the whole point is that's when they go off. So you see, I've extended my landing lights. I don't turn them on until I roll down the runway. Strobes. So there's landing lights, there's anti-collisions, there's inspections. I did not see strobe lights. So what you have to do is you have to get a little kid and you tie the little kid at the end of the wingtips and give them a flashlight, and they're supposed to do the flashlight thing. Something about listening to sirens in the distance. They weren't even in the checklist. Naha traffic. Let's see. Jaybird 441 is taking off on runway 18 left. Naha. Rob Longhaul has brain pain. I'm sorry. Okay, now then. Landing lights can go on. We're lined up. Landing lights are on. Unless you're EasyJet, they switch them off when flaps have been retracted to reduce drag, and that's how they reduce costs. Happy Easter, Captain Chris. Are we ready to give it a shot? Throttle's up about halfway always. Engines are stable. Hi, Sharu. I didn't get both of my throttles up at the same time. 90 and rotate. Hello, airplane. There we go. I think I did something wrong there. Okay, runway heading. We were at 90 knots. I just did not want to rotate for me. Okay. All right, runway heading. Climbing at about 800 feet per minute. Landing gear can go up. Landing gear lever works just fine. And it gives you this whiny sound of the landing gear going up. All right, that looks really good. The autopilot is down here. So you could do heading. And that should take care of your heading. There's our heading. Now let's do a big old right turn. I don't know where you get a trim setting on this.
Naha traffic, Jaybird 500, departing runway 18. Find runway heading and then departing to
That was a stick shaker. Yep, that was me. All right, we're good there. There's a nice gentle climb. Let's try and make that turn. There's our turn. It was the stick shaker. I let it get way too slow. Flaps up. Come on, airplane. Don't be sinking on me. I think once you move the control column like I am, something's weird about the autopilot. I didn't use the autopilot very much on this. Okay, let's continue our turn. And if you look over here, you see this other instrument right there. It's kind of, well, I don't think it's actually on. It's not measuring our VOR yet. Turned on my radios. I swear I did. Heading should eventually be 041 degrees. .041, but it's not showing up. The radio is on.
Naha traffic, Jaybird 4959, 18. Final call.
Oh, there's an extra switch. All right, now you can see, now we're tracking. So we're slightly off to the side of our little arrow here. So let's go ahead and try and get on our actual VOR. So we'll go 060 and see if we can't get ourselves all set up. And you can see we're 12 miles away. I am not picking up the next VOR though. Not picking up that next VOR. And so now this thing is starting to center up a little bit. How's our climb? We're climbing and we're supposed to go to 15,000 feet. And I don't think that there is any altitude bug. You just have to level yourself off. Everything, nothing's flashing red, so I'm guessing we're not dying or anything. I'm gonna do landing lights off now. Off and retract. It's a little bit early, but as you can tell, we're kind of busy in this airplane. Okay, now we're looking really good here. So let's go ahead and dial this over and track to the VOR. Looking forward to that day. I missed tons of conversation. This one definitely keeps you up. Oh, I did forget a very important point. These, no wonder I couldn't get the airplane off the runway. We needed to put those forward. Oopsie, that's why we were so slow. A little bit of a turn over here. Now let's see. I'm just trying to dial this up. Yep, that does increase our climb a little bit. Good. Okay. And we're slowly going towards the VOR and waiting for a DME to our next VOR, which we already tuned in over here. And the switch is on. What's that? Okay, come on over here. What was this switch? Normal. I don't know if that switch actually does it. Normal. That switch doesn't work. But I did turn it on. 117.5.
Loyalty noted.
So we're not picking up the VOR yet, but we will. Pauliot just did a resub. Man, thanks for the resub, but hey, thank you for all the other really great things that you do here. Thanks for being there while I was trying to frantically get what's it called? That sim going again. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And thank you for all the other cool stuff. 22 months. Really, has it been 22 months? Holy moly. I thought Twitch well, I don't know. Mine. Okay, so now here we are. We're just crossing over the VOR. See how we're doing the crossover? So our next heading from CAD to Omi is going to be 038 degrees. So instead of this, 7 and 8. And about the best thing that we can do is just turn our course heading and go there. My sub was a 12-month from T-Bird, so it doesn't tell you when those expire. Thanks, T-Bird. T-Bird is also one of the people that's so incredibly nice to everybody. Okay, so we're 2 miles away, and we're hoping to get 11705. I don't think I know how to tune the radio. Yeah, I tuned it wrong. I don't know how to tune a radio. It's 05. There we go, 11705. Now I bet we're picking up, oh, look at that. See, we're picking up the VOR. So we're 50 miles away from the new VOR. So now what we do is we come over to this radio and go 117050, 117050, and then you can see over here, we're kind of sort of going here, but let's go ahead and dial this around and center it up to TO. And now we're so let's turn to a heading of 040. I hear geese. Hey, you know, I put the Boston flight back in, so that I could torment myself by going into Martha's Vineyard, but we had the Goose event yesterday, but because my VATSIM didn't work, we couldn't go. Okay, so we got that going on. We are at 10,000 feet. And we're going to 15,000 feet. Loviz says we should do the L1011 on Cross the Pond using celestial navigation. Do you not remember the YouTube video, the live stream with Allison and Captain Arash doing celestial navigation? Did you see the look on Captain Arash's face doing all that? I'm not kidding. That looked like it was scary. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and let my passengers get up because some of them probably need to go to the bathroom. The Goose event was busy. SRQ Aviation, it took you 37 minutes to push back. Tim Dog did Boston to DCA and it was a good landing on the marks. Ooh. Tim Dog did did River Visual into DCA. How about that? Okay, now we need to get our next VOR. This airplane keeps you a little busy. Our next VOR is 110.45. 110.45. There we go. And if we look over here now, you can see, oh my gosh, we're already picking up our next VOR. It's 92 miles away. How about that? Loviz will just file. Yeah, you'd be in the loony bin. I would too. That's really hard. On the other hand, if you would like to learn celestial navigation, there is an app for that, and it's free at flightsim.to. Pauliot is flying the L1011 on Cross the Pond. I think that airplane is entirely capable of flying across the pond. Okay, there's 11,000 feet. We're climbing at about 1,000 feet per minute. We're doing about 200 knots. That's not so bad. Now imagine doing all of this with you know, tons of VATSIM. The cabin is definitely 60s and 70s. I mean, wow. Let's see. Up here, we have stairs. I guess I left the door open. I don't really see a door there. The galley, I don't think is up here. I think the galley's in the back of the airplane. Let's see if they left out any coffee. The blue bar next to the altimeter, yes. Okay, so, oh, there's our galley. Hey, coffee machines. Any pizza? No, no pizza. And there's a flight attendant seat. And there's like another seat. I guess that, I don't know, is this what? I don't know, there's this grill over there. Maybe that's like the jail or something like that if you're a bad passenger. And there's a toilet. Do we have a flush button? No, I don't see a flush button. No, I don't see the flush button here. If they can't flush the toilet, I'm not going. Anyway, pretty cool plane for 13 bucks. I think so. The blue bar, this is minimums. So over here, according to the ILS, our minimums are what, 200 feet as usual? Yep, 200, and it's radar altimeter. It's not baro. So dial in 200. That was a place for extra baggage. They don't have a jail cell back there. That's right. Well, we've got sheep and we've got geese, and I think we have a duck quacking. Quack. Not just me. They were all manually added. You know, a jail on a plane wouldn't be a bad idea considering how some passengers... You know what, Tim Dog? I haven't been on a plane in a very long time. Heck with the jail. I think a James Bond ejector seat would be best. Says something really bad. We need an albatross sound. Uh-oh, hang on. And then I think Polyot said something about Air Force One. All right, let's come down to the autopilot. I'm reducing this. A jail is more feasible. All right, 15,000 feet. And I think you hit the altitude button and it's gonna hold it. And that's how we do that. Oh, maybe it was a net for the door or something like that. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I guess you have to depressurize a little bit. And you can see we're right in here. So we're doing pretty good. Now, the autopilot does give you a track and a localizer button. So... this, okay, I did get in my flight plan. It gave me an RPM setting. It's 1420. Okay. I think we're cruising at 16 and change. No, actually, it looks like it's there's 14. 14, so I needed to reduce this to 20. That's 14. The flight plan said 1420. And there is 1420. All right, let's see if our airspeed dropped to the point that we're falling out of the sky. Well, I don't think we're falling out of the sky or anything. Let's see. If you're getting stuttering on the airplane, I think it's going pretty good. I don't think it's going all that bad. 15,000 feet. Not so bad. Okay, 007 miles. So let's go ahead and get our next VOR. Our next VOR is 110.45. 110.45. And then over here, I'm going to dial into the point where we center that up to that VOR, and then we'll turn our course to that and just track to the next one. And then our next VOR after that is the actual airport, 113.95. So 113.95. And come over here, and we're 111 miles away. We're already picking that up too. But I haven't gotten a lot of stuttering at all with this. Cookie to Cake is back in chat. I really want to do across the pond this year, but I don't want to spend all the money on the 777. Do you think the headwind A330neo airplane is capable? I took the AnyBuilds A330. I think I did the AnyBuilds A330. Neo. Just the A330 on across the pond, and it worked great. I don't remember, is the AnyBuilds A330 a payware? That one might be a good one. Let's see, or the fly-by-wire A321 Neo. Happy Easter, Keith. Thank you for coming in. Storm Dave has now passed over the UK. Loviz says it's free in Flight Sim 2024. So I kind of think that maybe that would be a better choice for your airplane. That might be a better choice for your airplane. Might be the AnyBuilds A330. I took that one on Cross the Pond, and it was great. I do think I needed easy CPDLC. Loviz says you could do the A380 too. I don't have any experience with the headwind, so I'm not dodging your question. I just don't know about the headwind. Loviz says it's not the best. Check and see, Cookie. Check and see if you could get the AnyBuilds A330 is available. Then you can get a great. I did that as an Air Berlin flight. As an Air Berlin flight, and it was great. The next flight that I penciled in for today was St. Louis to Dallas. We don't have to do St. Louis to Dallas. We could do. I'm just thinking of places that we might want to go. There is ATC. We could go from. Dallas is not up. St. Louis to Albuquerque or Phoenix. Hi, Boozy Sheep. Welcome, welcome. Loviz says the default AnyBuilds A333 is better. So, Cookie, look for the default AnyBuilds A333. I think I did too many threes there. Okay, let's see. So we could, if we want ATC all the way, we've got Kansas City, we've got St. Louis, we could do Phoenix. Landy says maybe let's not. It's 4 hours. Thank you, Landy, for keeping track of the time. That was good of you. Let's see. What else could we do? Where else is St. Louis going? I don't want to make it too short here. We don't have to have ATC. We could go out of Denver and go to Phoenix. Looks like there's all sorts of activity in the Phoenix area. Houston, I don't know if we really want to take it. We could go Dulles. Looks like Dulles is up. We could go Dulles down to Atlanta. Dulles to Charlotte or something. The TriStar is what I was going to do. Tim Dog has flown from St. Louis to Oak City IRL. Cookie to Cake says KICT has a new ground controller. KICT is Wichita Mid-Continent. Oh, it's Cross Hyparu. I think you want to do St. Louis to Wichita Mid-Continent? and come in and be nice to cross. Hi, Paru. I don't know. Can we get an L1011 in there? That might be entertaining. We could go the other way. All right. We are 87 miles out. And the flight plan said top of descent is going to be 48 miles out. They've got a 10,000-foot runway. Thalo, that's right. You're never supposed to go in and do hedgehog comments. Hedgehog comments do not go over well with Cross Hyparo. Tim Dog says there's a Field of Dreams event.
Subscriber confirmed.
Dan Aviator just gave out a community sub today. Dan, thank you for gifting a sub today. That was awful nice of you. Thank you for being nice to me. Thank you for being nice to somebody else too. Let's see. Is there any? Yeah, that was the next question. KICT. There is one at Sim Market. Here is FS Add-on Compare. Scenery Builders has made a KICT. There's an airport at Sim Market for $8 or at the marketplace for $13. So there is one from MSFS Scenery Builders, and it's got 2.8 stars. Hey Keela, welcome aboard. Remember, we wanted. Okay, so Loviz has this and says this is horrible. Maybe we'll just go with default. We want to fly something for the. We want to fly in or out of KICT, so that we can be, so that we can do get ATC from Cross Hyparo. All right, I'm going to go ahead and flip my radios over so that we can start using this for our descent. 139.5. 113.950. 113.950. And let's look over here. And I'm just going to go ahead and turn direct into the airport now. We're 74 miles out. What did it say? 48 miles to descend? 48 miles, I think. Yeah, 48 miles. So 73 miles. We've also got an ILS that we could use. And the ILS is 109.3. And we can dial this in here too. Okay, so we can do that. Or we could go and do some sort of a commuter flight out of this Wichita airport. We could do a CRJ flight or something out of the Wichita airport and do something and say hi to Cross Hyparo. And then after that, we could do something with the L1011. I'm not sure. Our options are open and many. Options are open and many. I don't think I'm going to take this one. This is a fun airplane for maybe once every few weeks, but that's about it. Descent should be 2,000 feet about. Pratt PT, we could also do a caravan. We could do a caravan. We could do a caravan cargo flight. We could caravan out of this airport. So we could do a caravan. How far away is this? KICT. So Memphis is over here. We could do an A300 flight if we wanted to go from KICT to Memphis, and we just do anything. Pratt PT says to hydrate. But we definitely want to do that. And then so what we would do is that'd be a shorter flight. So the shorter flight, and then we would do something with the L1011. Pratt PT is going to fly a FedEx feeder flight. Now I'm hungry and want something for food. Cookie says that the factory, the Cessna factory, is there. The main factory is in Wichita. You could do that, Martin. Pratt said to hydrate, and I never hydrated. Thank you. Good afternoon, Sleeveless. All the dad jokes in the world are important. All right, I'm going to go and roll my throttles back a little bit here and start just a little bit early because, you know. And I'm going to roll this back to about, I have no idea. And then we'll come to the autopilot. And I'm going to just go 5 clicks down. And we're going to try and go down to 4,000 feet. 2,000 feet. Okay, there was 4. I'm just continuing to get to about 1,000 feet per minute. Now, there were some things you were supposed to do over here with the fuel trimming. I didn't do any of the fuel trimming. JSG Droid found the altitude hold, but if you press that off, you can use pitch trim. That's what I'm doing right now. And I'm using the little dial here for my pitch trim at the moment, just because I don't want to do too much. And now maybe I'm going to reduce this just a little bit more because we're picking up speed. Hey, if we're in Wichita, can we do Oklahoma Sooner jokes? They had an Oak radio on this morning. It would be fun to take the Hawaiian Airlines L1011 into Honolulu. Except for the 5.5 hours that it takes to get there. I think you're right. It would. Oh, 5 hours of that, though. Okay, let's use Amami Airport weather. I'm gonna put the ATIS in here. It is better with ATC. There you go. Altimeter is 1012. Altimeter's checked and set. Okay, we're doing a fairly decent descent here. I'm just slowly trimming us down a little bit more to about 1,800 feet per minute. We're going a little fast. Low vis has just landed. And there's a nice hangar where low vis is. I was picking up speed in my descent, so I wanted to roll my props back. All right, let's see here. What have we got for options? So KICT, we could do a feeder, a caravan feeder flight from KICT down to Memphis. We could also go down to Oklahoma City. Low vis could do a Justice flight down there. I would try to do that, but I wouldn't do a very good job because I wouldn't be able to do it justice. I gotta be honest, I was really kind of bummed and this morning because of that, Sim. Thank you for being here. It made my day so much better. So we could go to we could do a feeder flight to Oklahoma City. I think we've got a nice scenery for Oak City. So we could do that. It's on the line. I don't think there'd be ATC, but we could do that. We could do a cargo feeder flight up to Kansas City. Let's see. Springfield. I don't know much about Springfield. You know? Colorado Springs is up. That's probably a little bit far in the Cessna Caravan. Low-vis. So, or we could depart out of KICT in the L1011. So we could also do that. We could take the L1011 up to St. Louis. So ICT to St. Louis and do that. It looks like it's about the same distance down to Albuquerque, although I don't know about that. Now we also don't have to do we don't have to do where's my gosh darn there's straw poll. Shall I put in a straw poll? Let's be Polish. All right. So I need to leave that over there and then move that over there so I can actually ride it. Okay, straw poll. What should we do next? All right. All right, here comes a straw poll. I just put 4 things in there. Let's see if any of these are any good. I'm gonna get a link. You can vote on Twitch or YouTube if you want. So you can vote on Twitch or YouTube. And there you go. It's free, it should be good. I won't vote unless there's a tie. All right, now I need to see how we're doing on our flight. I am at 5,000 feet. I'm going a little fast. We're 24 miles out. Let's dial this in. ESGG has crazy winds today. Cookies, okay, I'm sorry I didn't see that when I was typing that in, Cookie, about KMCI as your home airport. I can't go to MCI, I have AT&T. AI Creations, happy Easter. Thank you for a nice happy Easter from Ireland. Welcome on in. Is it a nice Easter where you are? Okay, we're 20 miles out. It's time to start slowing down here a bit. And I had better start looking over and see how we're doing here. Doing actually pretty good at the moment. Jimmy Boy, yeah, I was basically troubleshooting everything. Okay, what do we got? Caravan to Oak City seems to be winning right now by 7 votes. Close behind the L1011, ICT to Albuquerque is close behind too. So, gonna go ahead and do a 30-second countdown. If you want to get in on the vote, check the lower right-hand part of the screen. There's your countdown. And it looks like Caravan to Oak City just picked up Something moved. Nope, somebody voted for the L1011 to St. Louis. It's tied between the Caravan to Oak City and the L1011 to Albuquerque. 15 seconds to go. And just because we're doing a Caravan flight now does not mean we can't do the L1011 flight afterwards. So we can still do that, okay? And there we go. I'm going to do the Caravan ICT to Oak City. So poll's done. I'm going to do the Caravan. Now, you don't have to do that. But I'm going to try that one, okay? So let's see. I need another line in here. And it's a 408, right? If the Caravan is a C408, or is it a 406? All right, we're going to go from the airport is Wichita, Wichita. Wichita to Oklahoma City. Oh, crap. You know what I just did? I just crashed. I was too busy doing... I was too busy doing the polls and stuff. Oh, I'm sorry. I was too busy. Well, crap. That sucks. That totally sucks. How far from the runway am I? Oh, man. Look at this. Sphinx Music. I was so close, yet so far away. I thought I had time to get it all done. Oh, I ruined your tour. I know. I'm suck at this. Let's see. Can I get out of here? Okay, I got everything. Yeah, we landed in the Hudson, didn't we? It's Shift Z. Sunjammer, yellow cards and everything. I didn't cancel anybody's flight insurance. Yellow cards, yellow flags, Charles Yerkes, and a cat. Okay, we're flying. We're flying. We're flying. I landed at 1,677 feet per minute. Okay, there we go. I'm at 500 feet. It was lighter than some other landings. Gear, let's turn final. I saw the runway, so I know where I am. I'm way too low at this point. And I'm also trying to bleed off some speed. 3 cheers for slewing. This is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. I need to avoid crashing. I just wanted to wash the bugs off the bottom of the airplane, okay? That was it. I was just washing the bugs off the bottom of the airplane. Amami traffic. Let's see. Jaybird 441 is turning finals for runway 08. Amami. JSG Droid is 25 miles. Watch out. There might be some debris in the water there. There might be debris in the water. Hey, it was a crash for the best of reasons. We were getting our next flight set up. JSG Droid zigzagged around the crash site. Good idea. Good nobbin, Ben. Hey, thanks for coming in. This is also the airport that we will be departing from for our next flight. I didn't have time to set up the autopilot, the ILS to see. Zach, welcome aboard. Zach is in London. You got back home today? Welcome home to London, Zach. Okay, I don't see any of that UNESCO World Heritage stuff around here, so I think we're fine. So are you missing not being on your trip, or are you happy to be home? The UNESCO police are watching. Man, I've got hat police, I've got joke police. Now we've got UNESCO police. Zach is happy to be home and to see your dog. Ramondi's back hurts right now. Sorry. It's been one of those days. Actually, I had a really good landing when I did the test flight in this airplane. Amami traffic, let's see. Jaybird 441 is clear of runway 08, taxi to parking. See you next week for our next segment and the Road to the Rising Sun tour. Parking brakes. There's JSG Droid coming in. Stop squawking. Anti-collision lights off. I never got all the other lights on. So we got those off there. And that looks good. Let's come on over and get a ground power unit. And I still have one prop spinning. And I did the right engine over here because the ground power was on the left side of the airplane. So that's why I left the right engine going. It's actually not the old Airbus. It is like it for sure. But yeah, that's Japan Air Systems. Zach, thank you for coming in today. And I hope you welcome home. Glad you made it home safe and you got to see your dog. Always good to see fuzzy bunnies and kittens and stuff like that because they are such important members of the family. Okay, all of this looks really good. Ground power is available. Pop that in. And we can turn off fuel pumps. And I'm going to go and get those pumps off. We don't, let's see, we could probably turn off these generators. And then we could come over here and do seat belts. Oh, I never turned them back on. So, all right. No big deal there. And then we can come back here and open up the door. And our door opens up. JSG Droid, oh wow, you actually had time to do a glide slope. Okay, so that looks good. And then we can do stairs. And I can be like a kid again and watch the stairs come out. So JSG Droid's got a glide slope. Something about travel insurance. Russ, that is now changed. Of course it has. It's the spy flight, right? So I'm doing a caravan cargo flight. KOKC, and we're going to go to an airport where a live stream friend is doing ATC. We're going to KICT. So KICT, I will update that. KICT. I'll do the next command right now. You don't have to take the caravan. You can take something else. Next command. And then we'll find a place to do an L1011 flight. The poll was to depart KICT. Right. So what we're doing is, I'll pop this in now. It's depart out of KICT. So it's KICT to Oklahoma City is what we're doing. And there we go. And this was fun. Let's see if we can see JSG Droid coming in. JSG Droid should be coming right over the horizon over there. I don't see landing lights yet. Did JSG Droid already land? Nope. Maybe JSG Droid hit that invisible wall that I hit. Okay, so we've got that all set and ready to go. And then we'll figure out something for the L1011 next. All right, let's go ahead and I'm going to get out of this. And I'm going to turn that off. And go to flights and unload and hide it. And I'll probably end up using those charts on our next flight. Although we could probably use other stuff too. All right, so let's see. Oklahoma City is not up right now, but I'll bet Oklahoma City does have a digital ATIS up. KOKC. And they are landing on 3-5 left and 3-5 right. 3-5 left and right. Okay. So that looks really good. And at KICT, we are departing. It's runway 1 right and 1 left. Now then, here at KICT, what do we've got? We've got, here's the big Cessna plant over here. Let's see, there's overnight parking. There is a bunch of airplanes over there. There is Lear jet stuff up there, so people are leering at people over there. And is there cargo any place around? Because we were going to be doing probably over here, or maybe in here. And let's keep an eye out for JSG Droid. JSG Droid had a minus 289. I don't see JSG Droid. Did I go to the wrong airport? I don't see JSG Droid here. I bet I went to the wrong airport. I'm sure I did. That's where the Cessna factory is. Yeah, better than my last landing. Did this show up here? Yeah, my last landing was a minus... Oh, God, you're kidding me. 725 feet per minute. It's going to be one of those days. I was just trying to clean the dead bugs off the bottom of the airplane, okay? I did not go to the wrong airport. Did I go to... Yeah, there's JSG Droid over there. So I didn't go to the wrong airport. How was it? Oh, Nathan, it was a great landing. It was an awesome landing. Kidding. I crashed into the water and pounded the airplane into the ground, so it kind of sucked. The second landing was great. The first landing was a little on the tragic side. I'm just looking over here to see. There's JSG Droid pot taxiing up. I'm just using Navigraph to see if it will tell me where to go for FedEx and cargo. Okay, general aviation, customs, service, ILS holding, fire station, air carrier ramps, FedEx. Okay, FedEx is up here at the end of 19 right. I think it's the 208. It's not a 408, it's a 208. I'm fixed on 4s right now. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a 408. It's a 208. And JSG Droid made it too. So this is where we will pick up the flight tomorrow. Again, if you did not have a chance to go over and check out the really, really cool write-up on this airport and our tour over on Discord, I put in a link into the Discord to go over and check that out. It's worth your time. It's not a tough read. The pictures are great. And it looks like Polyot is also thinking about taking all this write-up stuff and maybe going and doing this as a real-world tour. So, you know, that's kind of a cool thing to look at, too, and see what happens there. But we'll be back here at this airport, Amami Airport, a week from today. The stairs smell like seaweed. Well, you know, there's probably some dead fish in there too, so there could be some sushi. That's like free sushi for the flight. That was pretty good, right? Free sushi. Yep, same spy time. Okay, let's go ahead and get ready for a Cessna 208 flight. And I will do my best to not crash into the water on our next segment, Polyot. Sorry about that. That's right. They're the new knife of choice. Amargosa, you might say, when, you know, as choices go, it's a cut above the rest. I was just going to take a slice at that joke. Kind of sharp today, right? And there you go, 3 in a row. Couldn't be any better than that, right? Okay, so FedEx is up here. This is where FedEx goes. All right, let's do a Cessna 208 flight plan. It was well worth the $13. The airplane, JSG Droid, it's actually not a bad airplane at all. Pretty cool. And let's do, it's going to be FTX. We are going from KICT, KOKC, Oak City. If you want to go down that route in terms for all airlines, I think you're taught that's about insurance, right? I'm going to stay away from insurance jokes right now. I'm barely holding it together today. Let's see if I can do a Cessna 208. It's a very classic model, and it's cool for, it's also really cool for VOR to VOR flying like we did. And hey, how about my VOR to VOR flying? I thought that was pretty good today. That was pretty awesome. I'm going to go with this second flight in. It's got us going all the way out here. I don't know why we need to go all the way out there. Remember, this airplane does not go that fast. Okay. And it's not a 408. It's a 208 JSG droid because I messed up. All right, let's see. My guess is departing one right or left. I don't think they're going to make us taxi all the way down to one left. But I'm going to put that one in there. It says one right. I'm just going to use the left side for now. Okay, coming into Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City. My guess is FedEx is air cargo over here, I believe. And they're coming in on the 3-5, so I'm going to guess the right side. 3-5 right. And that's what SimGrief gave me. I'm going to add just a little bit of ATC fuel. Just because, you know, chicken. All right, I think this is all good. And generate the flight. Keep in mind, I know about as much about the airplane we're about to fly as the airplane we just flew a few minutes ago. So this could be, you know, another round of dogs and cats living together mass hysteria. I'm on board without a ticket. Okay, this looks good. Let's go and do a flight plan. We have the GTN 750 for this. So we'll see how the GTN 750 works. Okay, that looks good. Let's go pre-file on the pre-file. This is when Cross-Eye Paru is going to see our flight plans populate and say, uh-oh, spies are showing up. It's time to go. Spies are showing up. We must leave. Okay, what did we say? Flight level 9,000 feet. So 09 and filed. Okay, that looks good. We're filed. Let's go do our routes and stuff. And here comes our flight plan. Pauliot would like examples. I'm just going to stay out right now because I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just going to concentrate on the airplane here. All right, here's our flight plan. It should be in pounds, I hope. And we should have our cargo set. As I recall, I didn't do a very good job of loading cargo on this thing last time. And let's also pull that out of the lineup there. Okay, it's a Cessna 208. And it's going to be KICT KOKC. Okay, got all that written down. Spy Flight is not responsible for keeping track of your towel. Your towel? We're doing towel talk now? I think I ought to stay out of that too, because with my brain today, it could go in some pretty bad directions. Should I just play the sweating song right now? I'm not kidding. We could just do that. If I could board a flight without a ticket, I would think it wouldn't be the only one getting in trouble. Actually, and I'm way late into this conversation. I should not even open my mouth, but don't they check your boarding pass and not your ticket? It's the boarding pass that gets you on the airplane? Or is it a combination of two things? I should listen H2G2. H2G2. That's not MST3K3, MST3K. H2G2. I haven't. Well, yeah. The last 5 flights or something that I used, it was a boarding pass on my phone. We're thinking who can cancel your flight sim insurance on your flight, as well as have a lot of claims for water damage and stuff. Hey, I'm pretty sure everybody's luggage is fine. You'd be surprised you'd be in the most trouble as you'd be treated as someone attempting to endanger an aircraft. I would never want to be that person. I would never want to be the person that it endangers an airplane. Okay, there is our route. We don't have to do St. Louis to Dallas. We could take the L1011 some other place. Oh, Hitchhiker's got, thank you. Thalo, I am like really slow today. I'm not kidding. Last night was toss and turn. It was sort of like, what am I going to do? I was just really worried that I couldn't be, got constantly kicked off of VATSIM and stuff. And just think, if I can't be on VATSIM, what are we going to do? And then halfway through the night, around 1 a.m., I thought, well, I guess I could go to IVAO. But I thought nobody's going to want to do that. So, worrying about silly things, but there you go. The participant acknowledges that any hot beverages consumed during the reading of these terms may cool to a temperature below optimal enjoyment, for which no party shall bear responsibility. Are those the terms and conditions you have to agree to every time you get a cup of coffee from Starbucks? Oh, that's Hitchhiker. That's Hitchhiker. Your head is not feeling good, not enough chocolate. Actually, I'm trying to cut back on that stuff right now. I'm really trying to eat a lot more healthy. It's just one of those days. I think I should concentrate on my airplanes. Hey, Wobby, welcome aboard. Concentrate on your airplane. See, I don't think this uses parking brakes. I haven't got the McDo or the autopilot hooked in. Side stick's good. Nothing to worry about. Yay. There are a lot of ifs, buts, and maybes. That isn't black and white. For example, the spy flight outsources all ground operations and therefore accepts no responsibility. Yes. JSG Droid says Wichita is known as the air capital of the world. It has a Cessna factory. And you're going to fly the Cessna 7. It's also got a Learjet factory there too, JSG Droid. Is there a sanity clause? God, if there's a sanity clause associated with the spy flight, I'm totally disqualified. I think the official legal term is totally screwed. If there's a sanity clause. I'm not kidding. What else can I do? We've got Elevate X. We could go and start stacking up some charts here. So let's see. Let's do flights, import from SimBrief. And that looks good there. There's our flight. All right, let's do Wichita and taxi. And we already looked at that. SIDs. There are no SIDs going out, so they can't assign a SID. Oak City, charts. The Star, we're doing the Gully 3 arrival. Gully 3. And at Gully 3, we are going to go and expect 3-5 right. But then we're also going to get 3-5 left because they could kick us over there too. Charts, and all is right with the world. So we got charts in case we need them. Oh God, look at all that. Participants acknowledge that prolonged involvement in the spy flight may result in a gradual erosion of conventional logic, navigational certainty, and general good judgment. Any individual who begins to question their sanity in the event, its participants or themselves should be deemed to be exhibiting normal cognitive function and may continue participation accordingly. Wow. Can I get that like in the prompter or something like that to read? You're really good at that kind of language. That's why you're so successful at what you do, but still. Oh, man. What a fun day. All right, let's see if we can get the Cessna 208 here. 208. Are we gonna? Is that like permanently in there? Is that a sanity clause? That's a sanity clause, isn't it? It is. Okay, I think we need the Caravan Professional. That's cargo. We want this super cargo. It might need to be a command. I think it might need to be a command. And since you actually have, you know, a gavel and stuff like that, you could actually do, since today's Easter, so let it be written, so let it be done. There it is. We got the sanity clause in the spy flight. Well, of course we need it. So let it be written, so let it be done. And if you don't understand that, I'm quoting from the movie The Ten Commandments. Which was for decades and decades a fixture on ABC TV tonight. They ran the whole thing. I was only good for about the first 5 commandments, and then I'd fall asleep, but there you go. KICT Airport. I think a sanity clause is the best thing. So, participants acknowledge that prolonged involvement in spy flight may result in a gradual erosion of conventional logic, navigational certainty, and general good judgment. Any individual who begins to question the sanity of the event, its participants or themselves, shall be deemed to be exhibiting normal cognitive function and may continue participation accordingly. And I did that all without the prompter. Okay, this is FedEx up here, right? We decided this one's FedEx. Okay, it's down here. It's this little baby building down here. I think that's a FedEx thing. All right, now let's make sure nobody's parked there. There is somebody at gate. All right, I need to go 4A or 4B. I don't think there's anybody at this one. Start the flight. Okay, we're committed there. We already filed a flight plan. Terms and conditions apply. Speak with the doctor before tuning in. Those on medication are encouraged to take them before viewing. Gamble responsibly. Rated for those deemed immature. Oh, it's a Santa Claus. Hi, Mr. 90. Okay. Let's see if VATSIM will let us on. This is when things started blowing up on me yesterday. We are FDX Flight 441. We're a Cessna 208, and it's the 208 Cargo Master. Everybody's lost the plot today. I never actually got it today. I really didn't. All right, let's get Elevate X going. You know what really helps me about Elevate X is I don't have to turn it off between every flight. I can just leave it over in the corner and it reminds me to start Elevate X. Okay, we're good to go there. This is such a cool little airplane. Okay, we don't have to remove any of the covers. And there was an important thing in the back of the airplane, but it's never on, so I'm just not going to bother with that. I do have a flow for the Caravan, but it's like really, really sketchy. Okay, so here is our flow for the Caravan. And we're also using the GTN 750, which I purchased, and that's good too. What did the French businessman say to the bartender? I don't know, because I don't speak French. What did the French businessman, because I don't speak French. I'm sure it's a really good joke, Irvy. My brain is so messed up right now. I bet it's really funny. Okay, I think we're ready to go. So, the first thing that you do with this airplane, you could open the door. I'm sure it was a great joke. I'm doing badly today. And then we'll open up the back. Now, let's see if I can actually load this sucker, because I did a really bad... Tim Dog got it. See, it's a good joke. I'm just sleep deprived and, mental, I guess, today. Let's do flight performance. And we're going to do mass and balance. And according to the flight plan, Mr. Flight Plan says there's one person on board. So, seats. There's 2 seats up there. I can't change the number. If I do 50%, I'm going to do 1 pilot. There we go. So you just do it that way. Okay. So there's 1 pilot over there. Okay. Now then, let's try and do cargo. My cargo is supposed to be 230. Okay, so we go to cargo. Let's just go quick fill. Maybe it's 2,000. Maybe it's 2,000 pounds. Our total mass, our zero fuel weight, is supposed to be 4974. This says 7380. That's not right. I don't think this is loading it as a cargo plane. It's supposed to be 4974. Okay. All right, did you load us as in kilograms? No, it is in pounds. It just doesn't seem right. Okay, let's see. There was a bad joke. Rich is here. Dad Game Time is doing sheep. Landy, it's easier to do it, so let's try and not do this one. Landy says let's do the one in the airplane. Let's do that. All right, so here we all are. Airplane's looking really good. I've got, let's see. I need to do that and that. Okay. Thalo is torn between laughter and wondering how complicated a thing. I'm torn all the time. All right, let's go ahead and put this up here, and let's try and do it here. And we'll just zoom in like this and see if we can't do this. Okay, so let's try this one. A 1 pound pilot is on the light side. It does seem that. Driven, I didn't, totally forgot. Hang on. Driven, just a second. All right, we are in a Cessna 208. We are at KICT KOKC. I think I forgot to load in my scenery. So Oak City isn't going to look good either. Okay, this is going to be... All right, hang on a sec. Blaze the Wolfie is in chat. Hi, Blaze the Wolfie. Good to see you. I hope you are doing good today. We are doing very good if I would just concentrate on airplanes. If I tried to do anything else, it gets really out of hand awfully quickly. And I'll put my flight plan in, and I think we're almost done. Okay, there we go. Dad Game Time says there's a TO for a modification. Okay, let's come over here and do payload. So all of this is good. Payload. All right, yeah. Okay, so let's see. Pilot. First of all, we're going to dump the co-pilot. We'll dump the co-pilot. It's just me. Now then, we need to go and do the rest of our numbers. Let's see if we can load it this way. Just click the co-pilot and that becomes empty. Okay, we'll do it that way. Now then, let's go to zone 1. How about zone 2? 800 pounds. 800 pounds. Now, it's got to be totalizing it somewhere, right? That's 16. We're supposed to have 230. $230 divided by 3 equals. No, it's divided by, not multiplied. 230 divided by 3. 76 in 3 of these. So let's just go with this. This will be fine. Okay, fuel. What's our block fuel? Let's do this. So block fuel is supposed to be 937 pounds. Okay. 937, we've got 2 tanks. 937 divided by 2 is 468 pounds. I've got 566. Okay. I think that's about as close as I'm going to get it. I think that's about as close as we're going to get it to our weight. Now then, let's look at empty weight is 39, maximum takeoff, useful load. Gross weight, I don't think those change. Are you totalizing this anyplace, airplane? No, I don't think it's totalizing it anywhere. Let's see. Let's see what we actually boarded. 800 plus 800 plus 400. I boarded 2,000 pounds. You know what? That's good. We'll just do that. So, okay, all of this looks really good. I think that it's loaded. The airplane should be loaded here, right? Is there anything in there? Hey, look at that. We got boxes. We have boxes. Okay, so that's really good. We've loaded the airplane. Look, Mom, I loaded my airplane. Okay, let's go over here. Payload's done. Engine. Engine condition is 100%. Yeah, I'm going to take care of that awfully quick. Electricity. I'll get a charge out of the electricity later. Our cabin looks fairly pleasant. Failures, no. Payload is done. Options, we're in the GTN 750. I think that's about as good as, that's all we need, right? That's all we need. I don't think we need to do anything else. Wari, did I say your name right? Wari just checked in from South Africa. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Okay. With all of that, let's go ahead and start our startup flow. So, on my little cheat sheet here, thanks, Wari, for coming in today. Welcome aboard. Surprisingly less of a ruckus. Irvi wants to know, what have you started? I'm going to stay out of that. I know not what I'm talking about. Okay, pilot and cargo doors closed. I think we can do them from the iPad, right? Let's do cargo door. I think we did that, and I can close the cargo door myself. If we want, we could just go outside and look. Hey, look at that. I closed the cargo door. Detergent Foot, welcome in. All right, so that looks good. Let's come on down here. And you first have to click the stairs. Otherwise, your door won't close. And then you kind of have to lean over here to be able to close your door. Gordon just checked in from Canada. Hi, Gordon. Thanks for checking in from Canada today. Welcome in. Buckeye says to hydrate. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate, although it was 16 minutes ago, but there we go. Yeah, the sanity clause definitely is kicking in today, so welcome on in. Okay, let's go ahead and let's see. I think I removed the chocks. Are chocks gone? I don't think I actually have them in here. Yep, chocks are gone. Good evening. Let's see. RJKA. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Pilot and cargo doors. Fuel selectors. Let's do fuel selectors. And while you're up here, you should look at your oxygen and make sure your oxygen is like full in this airplane. Emergency power levers normal. Okay, so the emergency power lever is normal right there. I'm going to put that right at takeoff. Next thing is our propeller lever is at idle. Power is at idle. Propeller goes to full forward. Fuel condition lever is at cutoff. Full back. Battery is on. Ready to go and do the battery? Battery is on. Nav lights. There's nav lights. Nav lights are on. Now we'll come over here. Let's do KCIT ATIS. Information chuckles still on the ones, and there we go. So that looks really good. All right. Altimeter here, 3038. It's really small. 303 8. It's about as close as that's going to get right there for our altimeter. Let's see. We need to do beacon. And the beacon is right next to this. Beacon is on. Avionics switch 1. Avionics switch 1 is going on. Something about exits. All right, so we got this going now. Ground is 121.9. There's 121.
Radar vector Jamie, then is filed. Upon departure, maintain 5,000. Expect flight level 23010.
Let's see if we can get our flight plan
Frequency is
in.
125.72. Squawk 3301.
Can we do this from SimBrief?
Citation November 1959 or November 59 Juliet Golf. We are clear to Oklahoma City. Radar vector Jamie Dennis filed. This is line 5,000 feet. Expecting flight level 230. 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 12572. And our squawk will be 3301.
November 59 Juliet Golf. Read back correct. Information Charlie is current and advise when ready to taxi.
Well, dive taxi for November 5.
Okay, so it's Jamie. And then the Gully 3. So that's all good. We don't want to do a waypoint. We want to do our arrival, KOKC.
No worries. 1589, runway 1 left. Taxi via Charlie 2.
It says add
Charlie,
waypoint.
Delta,
I don't want to
cross
do a
runway
waypoint. I want to add my...
One left taxi, Charlie 2, Charlie Delta Bravo 14.
Maybe we just type it in. Okay. That's it, right? That looks good. Okay, so we got a basic flight plan in there now. Now then, if we click, I bet we can do proc, maybe that's a procedure. Procedures. Departure none. Arrivals. Oklahoma City. Arrival. The Gully 3. Runway. We're expecting 35 right. I've never done this before. This is cool. 35 right. Transition. Are there any transitions on this one? So Gully 3. It's Ove and then vectors 2. I don't think we want any of these. I don't think we want any of those
American
vectors.
901, contact departure 125.72. Have a safe flight.
Okay, so that looks good.
For American 901, thank you, sir, and good day.
So we've got that plugged in there, right? You can also do charts. Back. Back. Waypoint services. We could also do charts over here. What we would like, though, is KICT here. KICT. Enter. There's KICT. Bet there's info. Nope. Airport. Wichita. Doesn't really have a ground chart in this. Okay, that's fine.
Crown November 590 Golf.
All right, all of this looks good. And there's a map,
November
and that
5
should have our
Center,
flight plan in it, right?
Juliet Golf. Runway 1 right, taxi via apron.
There is no way my average landing rate in Elevate X is a minus 281.
One right via the apron hour discretion.
Hey, you know, when you got it, you got it. I don't know. I'm amazed it's not 1,000. Are there waterfalls in Wichita Falls? I have no idea. Okay, shall we try and do a clearance? Information Charlie. We're at the north end at FedEx ramp. FedEx 441. Wichita Ground, very good afternoon from FedEx 441. We're a caravan up at the FedEx ramp with Information Charlie, requesting clearance to Oklahoma City.
FedEx 441, the man himself. You are cleared to the Will Rogers Airport via radar vectors Jamie, then is filed. Upon departure, climb maintain 5,000, expect 8,000, 10 minutes after departure. Frequency is 125.72, squawk 6001.
FedEx 441 is cleared to Will Rogers Oklahoma City Airport via radar vectors Jamie, then is filed. Initial climb is 5,000 feet, expecting 8,000 feet 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency is 125.725. Our squawk is 6001 for FedEx 441.
FedEx 441, read back correct. Information Charlie is current. Expect runway 1 left and advise when ready to taxi.
We'll advise when ready to taxi, expecting runway 1 left for FedEx 441. Thank you. Okay.
Oh, you're welcome.
Cool. All right. Now then, it dialed in a heading. Let's see if it auto-dialed in the right heading. So it's going to be 016.
125.72. Have a safe flight.
016. Is that it? I think it did. Okay. I think we're ready to go. I don't know about the legend or the myth. Did I get Elevate X going? Yeah, Elevate X is good. I think we're ready to go. Shall we continue our start up the engines flow?
X-Way Bravo.
All right. I think it's time to start engines.
Will Rogers Airport via radar vectors.
We now have a sound to play when Cross Hyparu is in chat. Whoa, that's a sonic sound, isn't it? I remember that from Diana's live stream. You wanted, if you, she doesn't live stream hardly at all anymore. If you want to see really, really great Sonic the Hedgehog, a really great Sonic the Hedgehog player, go check in with Diana. Agent Bravo 7. She's really good at that game. 6001. Okay. Irby hasn't heard that for a while. The Sonic game. I'm not kidding. I was blown away. And first of all, that game is insanely fast. Insanely fast. But just you know, I got lost. Okay, and also we do I think we're ready to try and start up the engines here. Okay, so on the flow, we've got starter switch is on. Let's see. So fuel flow goes to a normal. Starter switch.
citation.
At
59 Juliet Golf,
NG12.
Departure 125.72. Have a safe flight.
This goes up one click. And then at NG50, it goes to full. Fuel boost pump back to normal. Oh, it's already there. Generator, reset it on. Ignition was normal. Standby alternate power on. That goes on too. Starter goes to off. And then I think we're supposed to bring down the prop back a little bit. And all of this looks good. Ventilation switches. The thing about this, apparently it gets super hot in the airplane. So be sure you turn your ventilation switches on. And then there's also a hot air bleed and stuff, and then a thermostat. So bleed air, and then turn this down just a little bit. And so now that's on. And I think we're ready to go. Are we squawking mode Charlie? We're squawking mode Charlie. I think we're ready to give this thing a shot. Okay, AP, our initial climb was, I have it written down, that's why you write it down, 5,000 feet. Okay, we got that in there too. Okay, we're up here. Let's turn on the tracker just cause. Let's taxi around and report holding short of Delta 2. We can do that, right? Oh, and by the way, if you look over here, my flows, it stops right there. It stopped right there, so. I already forgot something though. I forgot to do... Oh, I got both the avionics switches on. And we've got another one down here for nav too. I'll just leave that alone. Let's see, I've got VLOC on. I think we use VLOC here. Or GPS. Maybe we'll leave GPS on. VLOC, nope, that's the other thing. Let's leave that alone. That's good. Let's see if we can make this work. Okay. Taxi lights. The taxi light is here. Taxi. The parking brake is down here. And you have to click this one. And then put on your toe brakes. And then this thing just leaps out of the gate. And we'll kind of come around here. All right. Wichita ground, hello again from FedEx 441. Started up ready for taxi, holding short of Delta 2 with information. Chuckles.
FedEx 441, thanks for Charlie. Runway 1 left, taxi via Delta 2, Delta, cross runway 14.
FedEx 441 taxiing out via Delta 2 and Delta for runway 01 left, clear to cross runway 14. Let's go. FedEx is on the way. All right. It's kind of hard to get to it. flaps 1.
All stations, the Wichita ground will be closing in approximately 10 minutes.
Cool that Cross Haiparu is now doing ATC here in Wichita. We could take an intersection departure if we want to. We could. Martel, we're doing good times, sort of. Or is that something else? Yeah, if it were me, if I saw that this was a FedEx feeder, I figured there'd be food aboard.
November 420 X-ray Bravo is ready to taxi to 1 left with Charlie on board. Hold short Delta 2.
November 420 X-ray Bravo, runway 1 left, taxi via Delta 2, Delta, cross runway 14.
1 left via Delta 2, Delta cross 14 is your X Bravo.
And even if you're taxiing around here, if you happen to see a hedgehog on the taxiway, don't report it to ground. That could end up causing serious trouble. Irvi may have spent a fortune. May or may not have spent a fortune. Irvi's doing Space Invaders today. I'd better concentrate on my taxi. I've already crashed into the water once, so. Is Polyot gonna have to go and help you out of that thing? Or is that not polite? Let's see. Next frequency is 125.275.
441, contact departure 125.72. Have a safe flight. Thanks for not calling me a hedgehog this time.
125.72 for FedEx 441. We are on Hedgehog Alert. Thanks for the great ATC. Congratulations on ground.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you flying in today.
125.72. At least we're not likely to get wet on this flight. No, we might get dust in the engine, but we're definitely not getting ready on the getting wet here. Oh my gosh, it looks like the taxiway and the runway actually goes over a little river here. It goes over a river. I could have absolutely asked about intersection departure. There's the river. Maybe it's more of a ditch.
Scale is 4525, Kansas City Center, hello.
KC Center, very good evening. Afternoon, FedEx 441 is holding short of runway 01 left with Charlie, fully ready, I think.
FedEx 441, Kansas City Center, hello, Spy, what's going on? Wind's variable at 5, runway 1 left, clear for takeoff, fire my heading.
1 left, clear for takeoff. After takeoff, we are runway heading for FedEx 441. Shall we go? They seem to know about spies at this airport. should be careful going outside the airplane like this. No gear to go up. And reduce the throttle a bit. And we're only going to 5,000 feet.
FedEx 441, we're at a contact south 2,000.
FedEx 441 is passing 2,600.
FedEx 441, altitude check, climb maintain 8,000, fly heading 270.
Climb and maintain 8,000. Our new heading is 270 for FedEx 441.
FedEx 630, leaving my airspace south, Memphis is offline, radar service is terminated, change your advisory approved. See you.
I'm just using that right now as a...
November 420, X-ray Bravo, Kansas City Center, hello, was variable at 5, runway 1 left, clear for takeoff, flyer heading.
1 left, clear for takeoff, runway heading, X Bravo.
Center, American 91, are we clear to descend and meet the altitude restrictions?
American 901, I apologize, sir. American 901, descending to Wu-Tang 3 arrival, Kansas City, flying north, Kansas City, altimeter is 3036.
3036 landing north and Wu-Tang 3 arrival for descent. American 91 and where is I just wanted to check it.
Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing else.
Got the AP engaged. Throx is predicting minus 105. Wabi says minus 85. Boy, you're being very, very supportive. I don't know if we're going to do that well. Loviz is doing a TWA historic flight from St. Louis to Boston. Okay, so why don't we follow Loviz and do it's a historic flight, St. Louis to Boston for TWA. That sounds like a great idea. St. Louis to Boston. That's a great idea.
Passing through 2100.
And did you get that from the website where you can go and get historic? Loviz, we'll be there in just a bit. You don't wait for us, but that's a great idea.
8000 heading 2700 X Bravo.
FedEx 441, clear direct Pioneer.
Direct Pioneer now for FedEx 441.
Kansas City Center, good afternoon. This is Flight 4167, holding short of Charlie with information Juliet ready taxi.
I'm sorry, where are you?
At St. Louis.
Frontier Flight 4167, runway 30 left, taxi via Charlie Golf, the altimeter is 3031.
I pulled the throttles back a little too far. I was resting my hand on those throttles. Man, I am really sloppy with this airplane. Okay, so we got a nice flight in the L1011. And TWA. I've got the old vintage TWA, but there's also a really
Remember
nice
420 Bravo in the
livery.
future, please. When you're flying north and you're instructed to fly heading 270, we expect you to fly a left turn to make the most expeditious way possible, especially since you're flying into the McConnell Cross Delta airspace and making that right turn.
Sorry about that, I just wasn't thinking there, X Bravo.
November 420, X-ray Bravo, climb maintain flight level 300.
30,000 X Bravo.
KC Center, good afternoon. November 2585 Delta on the ground in Wichita. Horse short of 1 right at Bravo, looking for a intersection departure VFR.
Number 2585 Delta, what's your direction
time today.
We're heading south.
No, I put us into a
Delta,
spin.
right downwind departure approved, winds variable at 5, runway 1 right at Bravo, clear for takeoff.
Alright, right turnout approved, 1 right, clear for takeoff, 2585 Delta.
November 2585 Delta, right downwind departure approved.
Right downwind approved for 2585 Delta.
FedEx 441, radar contact.
KC Center, FedEx 441 has a clueless alert disconnecting. Thanks for the ATC. Have a good weekend.
Okay, cool. I'll roll the trucks for you. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too. Oh my gosh, I am 2 for 2. So what happened is I let myself get way too slow, and like you just said, I got put into a flat out spin. I was in a spin, and I was pulling, and I couldn't pull out of it. Okay, I'm going to go and follow through on the next flight, but that one was just terrible. T-Bird gave it 3 airplanes, though, and then after that, yeah, I bumped my head. Gordon bumped Gordon's head, and Rocket Rimmer did a nice resub in the middle of my catastrophe. Thanks, Rocket Rimmer. That's right. All it is there's a they don't have any volleyballs in Oklahoma City right now. If you're going to Oklahoma City, I'm real sorry. Keep going. I'm gonna go and attempt to do the next flight, but yeah, I should. No, it's not gonna be a short stream. I want to fly a little bit. Last night and yesterday kind of sucked, so I really want to be flying with friends right now. So, nope, not short streaming at all today. Let's get ready. I'm going to do Boston to St. Louis to Boston now. If you're going to Oak City, keep going to Oak City. We did get some ATC for Cross Hyperu, so that one was really good. Let's see. I need to load in St. Louis. Mad Noob, we've got a special flight that's coming out to pick up your package, and it will be on the way. And they'll also probably give you like a refund for all the damage. Try to, if you do like this, you won't hear the, smell the smoky smell. That's right. Tom Hanks is going to do that for you. KSTL. Let's get St. Louis. And I've already got that loaded in, so St. Louis is ready to go. Let's go get the L1011. Yeah, that's what happened to my WinWing stuff. I think that's what it did. I fly this one in Boeing mode. Did the flat spin into the landing? The Martini was both shaken and stirred. It was really bad. Okay. Let's go and do St. Louis to Boston. This is a historical flight. So Loviz, it's a real world flight. There's Loviz over there. All right, let's go and give this a shot. Did I do... Technically, no. I don't think you were supposed to do that in the type aircraft or in mine. That being said, yeah, there was how to get out of a spin. KSTL, KBOS. We're in an L101. And I've already got the old TWA livery in here, so we got that. Amargosa, no, that's okay. I made guacamole last night, and it's really good. So I've got some guacamole and some other good stuff. But thank you for offering. That was really nice of you. Let's see. Departure runway is 30 left or 29. 30 left or 29. Let's see what's going on in Boston. There's got to be ATC in Boston, right? Yeah. Boston. Two left. That's right. We need the gooses. The gooses. Jeez. Geese is plural of goose. Gooses? Holy moly. See, kids, this is what happens when you let things worry you too much and you toss and turn all night and don't get any sleep at all. AZ says no pizza. Gooses. Oh my God. Gooses. I think the goose is cooked on this stream. This has now become an open comedy stream. That's just all it is. It's just an open tragic comedy here. All right, St. Louis. All of this looks good. My guess is it's 3-0 left. I don't know. Maybe 3-0 right, or maybe it's 2-9. I'm gonna plan for 2-9. I haven't chickened out yet. Wabi, I hear enough geese. There's so many geese in Canada. Should we warn Boston? Yes, Andy, yes. Somebody call Boston right now and say, have the trucks on, ready to roll. I mean, seriously, it looks like Low-Vis is already pushing back. Low-Vis is pushing back. Okay, so this looks good. I'm going to plan 2-9. 2 left is already plugged in. I'm going to do 15 minutes of fuel. There's 15 minutes. Whack. Cobra chickens. You call them Cobra chickens, Gordon? Cobra chickens. That sounds scary. Okay, J-Hart, blah, 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 J-Fund. We know all about that. I think we're ready to go. Generate a flight. This flight is going to be great. I can handle this airplane. I couldn't handle the other two airplanes, but this one's going to be good. Famous last words. Even forgetting, geese are nasty birds for sure. Well, we've always heard that geese are really, really mean and stuff. So you don't want to mess with them, but I don't know that I would really want to do anything with a goose anyway. Irby says that swans are evil too. Flight level 390. Lovis, thanks for figuring out a historic flight for the flight today, for the L1011. I mean, this was, cool historical flight. Okay, L1011 is going to be Boston. All right, I'm going to update my title. Poliot was bitten by a black swan at a monastery. That's not something that happens to one every day. A black swan at a monastery that bites. Okay, that looks good. Let's go to Chuckles 28. Nobody's there, and that looks like it's big enough. I thought somebody said that you start 312, and that's the way it was for everybody, Poliot. I mean, it was an expert that said that, right? I'm sorry. Considering how bad my brain is functioning today, the last thing I need to do is snark. So I should be nice. But yes, we're gonna go 1, 2, 3. The last thing I should do is snark today. Yeah. There was somebody made a pronouncement in their YouTube video that was ridiculous. The things that you read about on the spy file. Oh, the things we read about and talk about here. Let's see. We don't need charts. I have no idea how long the flight will go. It's about a 2-hour flight. It is about a 2-hour flight. YouTube comments are insane at this time, really. Over on a certain video, or just YouTube altogether, Will. Gordon Frederick's wife says hi and to watch out for the Cobra chickens. Hello, Gordon Frederick's wife, and we will watch out for Cobra chickens. I never heard of a Cobra chicken before today, but they sound awfully dangerous, so I'm going to stay away from everything like that. If anything, because of our experience watching Indiana Jones and the Real Cobra. Actually, I've been very, very lucky. Now, I'm just doing basic things with my YouTube, so it hasn't been bad. Now, if you're doing like politics and stuff like that, of course they're going to be toxic as hell. You can't get around that these days. Okay, all of this looks good. Let's come on over here. Okay, I'm going to have to stop. Okay, so for the swan story, Polyot says, we were visiting a monastery when I was a kid. I was feeding the ducks, and this black swan comes running toward me wanting bread. I freaked out and ran. Slice of bread in hand. The swan really wanted said slice of bread, so it took chase. The swan is faster than a 6-year-old and got the slice of bread plus your hand. Oh my gosh. I can see how that would have freaked you out as a kid. I mean, I'm not kidding. That would have been freaky for sure. Yeah, but you could, 6-year-old Polyot could have never known about that. Okay. All right, let's configure it and get a TWA livery. And Polyot says there's video. Oh my gosh. So there was video? Holy moly. Oh my gosh. And we're going to get a TWA livery. I like the more modern one, the last one that TWA had, but this is probably more accurate for this airplane. And save and go back. Hey, congratulations, Cross Hyparu. Cross Hyparu is now doing ATC controller. Cross, congratulations. I crashed. This has been a really bad day. Okay. I crashed. But I am so, major congratulations to you. I'm not kidding. Going from pilot to ATC is a huge big deal. And I'm really really congratulations about that. Yeah, we have interesting sounds over here, and everybody can play sounds. So there you go. That's just a thing. We do those sorts of things here. So we cause all sorts of trouble. Hunter Girl's here. Hey, Hunter Girl from the fire department. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. Welcome on in. I hope all is well at the fire station. Hunter Girl is an actual firefighter, first responder, and I always tip my hat in respect for people that do that job. We're going KSTL, St. Louis. And there we go. I think, Cross, you're the first actual stream sound that we have here. That's right. Happy Easter. Is it Orthodox Easter in Germany, which is Saturday, or is it Sunday like today? I'm supposed to do hydrate. Thanks, Hunter Girl. I will hydrate because boy, do I need to. It's Sunday in Germany. Okay, cool. We would like gate Charlie 28. And let's make sure nobody went there. Uh-oh, hang on. Nope, it's next to me. We can do Charlie 28. All right, let's fly. This is the new L1011. This is the new L1011. Hunter Girl says it was Pizza Sunday today. Ooh, what kind of pizza? True Demon, you did Heathrow to Chicago the other day. What was that, 6.5 hours? For you, True Demon, a 6.5 hour flight? Oh no, Heathrow to Chicago, that's more like 7 and change. That's more like 7 and change, right? If you're flying the L1011, be sure and go over to any builds and update your liveries. Hunter Girl says it was, ooh, salami pizza today. Well, any kind of pizza is awesome pizza here at Spy HQ. And there is our classic TWA L1011 TriStar. This airplane is absolutely amazing. Let's see if FatSim will let us on. Always like to see if FatSim will let us on. And Flocala just arrived too. Man, salami pizza would be kind of good today. All right, let's go and connect. This is going to be TWA, Trans World Airlines, and it's an L101 TriStar. Let's also okay, it doesn't like what I did. Did I not file? Maybe I forgot to file my flight plan. Sleeveless wants to know if they fixed the ILS. I haven't had a problem with the ILS. Flight plan is locked. It says that that's not right. TWA 4, I forgot the 441. Okay, TWA 441. You have to have the 441 there. There we go. Now it's a happy camper. Cool. Okay. Let's see. Flocala has a fever. Oh my gosh. Get well soon, Flocala. Hey, Atoa, you're trying to land the 208 in snow. Yeah, that airplane, I really think that one of the things that I really need to do with that airplane is I need to change the sensitivities. Lobiz says this is a great departure, but it's a lot of work. Now I'm scared. All right, let's come on over here. We need a jetway. And we need a ground power cart. And the parking brakes are on, but I'm going to put chocks out anyway. Wow. Passengers have got to climb all the way up here. That's pretty low jetway that I went to. That's a pretty low jetway. And there is our huge big TriStar. We got a Southwest over there, and we've got another airplane down there. Okay, so this looks really good. So we've got those in there, and that looks great. I'm going to turn... Let's come over here and get this up a little more. Really? I got to redo Navigraph? I don't need to do that right now. I can use these charts. I can use these. Okay, airport parking. Airport ground. And our SID is going to be... Our SID is going to be J-Heart 7. The J-Heart 7 SID, right? Lindbergh J-Heart 7. It's the one all the way at the bottom. Of course it is. So after departure, chug, 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 all the way around there. And we exit at Rinty. Okay, so we continue on out here. All right, that looks good. We need SID PT for our any climb. J-Heart 7. And this is going to be off of runway 6. And unfortunately, I don't know how to flip the pages on this. But initial climb, it says 5,000 feet. So we'll see if we do indeed get 5,000 feet on that. JSG Droid made it. You made it to Oklahoma City in the caravan, JSG Droid, and had a minus 52. See what happens when you pay attention to your airplane and you don't put it into a spin? Loviz departed off of 30 left. So I will put that in until I get my clearance. All right, we're coming in on... It's going to be J-Fund 2 via Ponset. And we're expecting 22 left. Airport ground. Airport parking. And all of our charts are good. Okay, all that looks good. Show the Navigraph page what it looks like. Personua, the Navigraph page, you mean... I don't use auto throttle, so that's right. I didn't know that that airplane had an auto throttle, JSG Droid. It does? Cool. Okay, which Navigraph page? Let's go over to ground. Everything's good over there. We could also open up the back cargo. All right. I've got these charts done. Let's go and grab a load sheet. There's the load sheet. The airplane should be loaded. Go to operational flight plan. I'm going to reload my page. And I'll just send that to the INS and it's ready to go. And I do have some flows for this one too. Initial power up. Okay, so we'll follow the instructions here. Jetway, ground power, good. Master radio. These are a little bit out of order. I'm going to spend a little bit of time with some PDFs and stuff and kind of figure this out a little bit better down the road. All right, we're going to do the battery. Battery is on. And we're going to do ground power. Polyot is playing Roblox. Okay, that looks good. Let's have the flight engineer do a autocomplete for us.
Got it. Pre-flighting now. Stand by.
Just a bunch of kids typing things that I don't understand. I've never really done anything. I do understand, though, that they have their own... I hear that they have their own flight simulator in Roblox. Position lights. Everything looks good there. Navigraph page on the paper EFB. Are you talking about the charts? I'm doing Lido charts, and I probably had better not do the other one just because that's a code I shouldn't be showing. I would be happy if I but I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, all of this is good. Let's come on up here. And we do INS 1, 2, and 3. INS 1, 2, and 3 are now on. Now then, over on charts, on the APC, we should have... Of course we don't. Oh, wait a minute. Do we have latitudes and longitudes down here? Nope. We got to find that on another page. Okay, we know what gate we're at, so let's turn that off. Go to St. Louis. Go to APC. Nope. How about AGC? Maybe AGC has latitudes and longitudes? Nope, that's not it. No latitudes and longitudes here. And it wasn't over here, was it? Nope, it's not on that. I don't see where that is. I think we're going to have to come over here. I don't see where the Lido charts have that. We're going to have to do this one. Loviz says Torch Torch Medic? Really? Boy, haven't heard that name in a while. Just one offline? No problem. All right. St. Louis. Charts, taxi. Parking gate coordinates. I don't know why we didn't have that there. Okay, we are at gate. Which one are we at? We're at gate Charlie 28. Charlie 28. There it is. I'm going to write that down because I'll forget. Charlie 28 is November 3844.5. 3844.5. West 090 2106. Zero 21.06. I'm looking at this line over here. You can't highlight it and save it. That's why I'm writing it down. All right, so we'll come on there. So first step is we got to plug those in here. Let's do position. And north. 3844.5. 3844.5. Insert. West 090. You have to do the leading edge. 6 09 21 6 and insert. Disaster track 89 to go. Come over here. Same thing. Position. Even though we don't use this, I think you're supposed to do this with all three. North 3844.5. 3844.5. Insert. West 090 21 6. Insert. Disaster track. And the bottom one, position north 3844.5. 3844.5. Insert. West 090 21 6. Insert. disaster track, and we're good. Hi, Mach 3 Outdoors. He's doing KC Center. Oh, so he moved from Fort Worth. Because I always kind of expect that we're going to hear him when we're, you know, doing something in the DFW area or something, and I guess we don't. Okay, so I didn't see latitudes and longitudes here on the Lido charts. While that's going on, we can go and do GMT. Uh-oh. I got to go and get it. I didn't remember it first. GMT is 2106. There we go. That looks good. Now then, we should have the airplane loaded in the load sheet, right? Dead game time, you have to do a conversion. So the conversion, it does it for you. It should give you the conversion in over on Navigraph charts. That's not Navigraph. Over on the Navigraph charts, when you go to the parking gate coordinates, it should do the digital conversion that you need. So there you go. There's the digital conversion right there. I thought that they should be in the Lido charts, but I didn't see them in the Lido charts, so I don't know where that is. Gordon, you're watching on YouTube. Look a little bit below in the description for the video that you're watching, and guess what? There's PC specs for you. All right, let's see. Our total gross weight is 358.3. Mercy Blue and Gunslinger Center, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Hey, happy Sunday, happy Easter if you're celebrating. Welcome aboard. So 358 is our gross weight. Gross weight, 358. Insert. Fuel should be 63.6. Let's just check that first and make sure that's going to be correct. 63.6. That is what we are expecting. So fuel 63.6 insert. And then the static air temperature, we can read off the temperature gauge right here. All right. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 degrees. It is 14 degrees Celsius. There we go. And all of that's in. And that gives us our EPR of 0.642. Hi, Gunslinger Center. Welcome aboard. Gordon, did you find everything you were looking for? Okay, all of this looks good. Let's go ahead. And I guess ATC called it a day, right? Yep, it's just us. So we need CTAF. We need CTAF. We could depart off of 30 left. That's a shorter taxi. Maybe we'll do that. So first things first, CTAF.CTAF space KSTL St. Louis. And it's 118.5 is what we're doing. JSG Droid, congratulations on sticking with that flight. Sorry I crashed and burned and didn't make it out the door. Hey, I got a clearance. Hey, this was awesome. Before Torch Medic left, they set a clearance. 2012 is our squawk. Departure route. Climb via the SID 37010 after departure. Departure frequency is contact for taxi. That's our flight. Let's do that. We're hoping not to make it 3 for 3. I would like to not make it 3 for 3. Oh, that's the ADF. I didn't set that extra one up here. Okay, 2012. There we go. That looks pretty good. Did I not set that extra one? I didn't do that. Okay. Oh, I put it over here. That's right. I put it over there. Let's see. So, sorry to be zapping around so much. CTAF, again, is 118.5. 118.5. JSG Droid, you're at Charlie 12, Delta 1959. .5, and then 1 to 2.8 after that. Okay, that all looks good. Let's add a little bit of lights. Center console. Zebrew is a southwest flight today. Loviz picked up the route for the winds. I got GS 561. Let's turn on some more lights over here. Oh, no smoking needs to go on too. Panel lighting. That should do us. Okay, that looks good. Let's go and do our runway heading, which I already looked up once, but I already forgot because, you know. Okay, we're going to switch to 30 left, so 303 is our heading on departure. 303. 303. There we go. And our initial climb clearance was 5,000 feet, right? Yes. $5,000 All right. I think we're ready to go and do nav, and nav. Okay, we've got those there, so that all looks good. Where are we in our flow? Flight directors. Activate flight directors with the toga button. Altimeters are set. Radio INS button. It's INS on the departure. Flight directors are on. Load sheet, sim brief import. All of that's in there too. Takeoff performance. We got to do that. Mercy Blues, thank you. Your wife doesn't mind listening to when she's sleeping. Normally she's telling me to turn the volume down. I'm sure there is a compliment in there. I try to be soothing. I mean, the jokes probably aren't very soothing, but... And Gunslinger Center says we should stretch. Probably move around a little bit today. Takeoff performance. Sync the weight. Calculate speeds. Set the bugs in the EPR. 134 to rotate. Coordinates are in. We need to set the initial track. So come over here to waypoint. Track change, 0 to 1, and insert. And then our groovy little map shows up over here, and it will also track us a little bit, and it will automatically stuff in the automatically put the waypoints in. So that looks really good. Runway heading and climb is good too. I think we're ready to leave. I don't hear anybody on the radio, probably because on this airplane you need to come down here and you need to turn on the 2 radio buttons to hear on there. Let's go over to ground. I will try and keep things soothing while your wife sleeps. I'm going to close cargo. I'm going to close the 1L door. I'm going to retract the jetway. And we're going to turn on seatbelts. I've got parking brakes on. Parking brakes are on. I'm going to get rid of the chocks. I'm going to close that. I'm going to have the flight engineer do the checklist.
The engine startup flow. One moment, please, Captain.
I'm going to also do a hydrate right now.
Captain, happy to report that the aircraft is now set to your specifications.
Oh my gosh, the aircraft is set to our specifications. How about that? There is a slight amount of snark on the part of this. Very, very slight amount of snark. But it's absolutely priceless. Oh, come on. I updated this. I swear I update this every freaking day and I'm always behind the update curve. Prepare for pushback and departure. Let's go. I'm not kidding. I set that every day.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Oh, perfect. We've got the pushback crew chief that's got attitude. Always like that. This is actually a really nice little scenery here at St. Louis. We don't come here as often. You see our wing walker going out to the edge of the wing. Let's push back, tail right, nose left.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
I'm going to go ahead. Seatbelts are on. Anti-collision lights can go on. Now then, on the engine start checklist, it forgets to do one thing on this airplane. It forgets to go and do something. So if you look up here, you can see that there's no pneumatic pressure. No pneumatic pressure at all. So you have got to go down to the APU part of this and hit bleed air SO. And at that point, you're going to have, you can see now you have bleed pressure and you can start the engines. Gordon says, Happy Easter. Happy Easter back. I think we're almost ready to go. CT Aviation, that's kind of why I've been wanting to go out of here, because this was the big TWA hub back in the day. This was the big hub. Nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes, please.
I think we're ready to go. Anybody behind me? I don't think we're going to get in anybody's way. Parking brakes off.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Starting engine number... Oh, it's TWA. You start engine number 1 on TWA. Push the button. The light turns on. And N3 begins to go up. There's our N3. And at 20%, flip it on.
Please set parking brake.
And I turn parking brakes to normal, so you have to push them in first and then pull the lever out.
Unlocking gear.
Altimeter here is... I never checked it out here. 3029. 3029. Which translates to 1022, because this one is only in hectopascals. Okay, let's start another engine. Starting engine number 2.
Tow truck disconnected.
Engine number 2 starts. Busy Flying. Busy Flying UK. Hey, Busy Flying UK, welcome on in. We are flying an L1011 TriStar. This was an old wide body from Lockheed. And it's a little bit on the vintage side. Exodus, welcome back. When Steve Martin's character in Plane, Trains, and Automobiles started to cross the runways that TWA was landing, was it an L1011 Exodus? I don't think I remember the name. There is a Constellation. There is a Connie, actually, out there for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Starting engine number 3. And we're looking here at the N3 going up, and at 20% on this one is when we can add fuel. It was an L1011, really. I don't remember that at all, but I'm sure you're right. But no, CT Aviation, there is a Constellation. It is a yes, it is a handful for sure. And we're getting 3 good starts on our engines. Those all look good. After start. Now, this is going to automatically put you to 22 degrees of flaps. You want 10 degrees. And you know that by looking at takeoff performance. And I'm going to turn off GSX, hide the menu. Yep, flaps 10. So we need to move this up.
Flaps 18. Flaps 14. Flaps 10.
That's what we want for takeoff. Let's also do auto brakes to takeoff. And our trim setting is going to be 3.76. And that's down here. That's probably about as close as it's going to get. Shall we try and taxi? What could possibly go wrong there, right? So taxi. Everything's good there. St. Louis Lambert Field traffic. TWA 441 is taxiing out via Charlie to holding point Golf runway 30 left, Lambert. Loviz says that everything has frozen. I can't control anything. It's still flying the route. But everything, you suppose that's this airplane's version of a WASM crash? I'm going to arm INI, VNAV.
St. Louis traffic, Southwest 420 is taxi 30 left via Charlie Golf. Flying company traffic, St. Louis traffic.
Basically, I have no business sitting here. I should be down here at the bar. The secret spy bar under the secret spy bar underneath the first class section. Autoland, yeah, I wonder if Autoland's gonna work. TWA almost used flaps 10 in the L1011 except for shorter runways. It's just the flaps 22 is always what's set. But this always has you do flaps 10 because we said optimum, right? Loviz, I hope you figured that out. This is a longer flight, and this airplane, it takes a lot to set this airplane up, so everything's good to go up here. Okay, on the departure. Runway heading, and then a couple of gentle right turns. Loviz is not going to set it up again. I don't blame him. I really don't. It's Sunday. We've had a really good 2 days of flying. We had great VATSIM ATC and fun events on Monday. Yesterday was a pretty good day too. We had some fun airplane flights yesterday. VATSIM was a little bit cranky, but not too bad. For the first flight at least anyway. Lambert traffic, TWA 441 is lining up and taking off on runway 30 left, departing to the north and the east, St. Louis. Mercy remembers flying a Monarch Airlines, and you were doing an L1011, right? I should have checked over here, make sure nobody's on approach. Nope. Loviz says that it finally unfroze, so it's probably loading in a scenery or something. Do you have an airport nearby? Maybe that's it. All right, that looks pretty good. Landing lights on. Let's give it a shot. Hi, Wheatley. Welcome aboard. TriStar. Throttle's going up. Engine stable. Thrust is set.
80 knots.
Checked. Wheels are still on the ground.
Rotate.
St. Louis traffic, Southwest 420 is lining up on 30 left.
Flaps 4.
Missed the altitude. I wasn't fast enough. St. Louis traffic, TWA 441 is now clear of runway 31 left, departing to the north and the east. Happy landing, St. Louis.
St. Louis traffic, Southwest 420 departing 30 left to the northeast. St. Louis traffic.
I'm about ready to stall out again. Man, this is just not my day. Now we got our speed back. Okay. Will you give me some nice VNAV? Auto throttle's being a total brat. Yep, yep, it was being a brat, but we're making our way out just fine. Okay, this looks good. Hey, look, Mom, we're still flying. USMC vet. Oh, yeah. I think as much fun as we're having with this airplane, I really don't think I'm going to take this airplane on another on a big VADSIM event for a while. If you bug the initial climb, you keep your speed up. It's holding me at 190 right now. Oh, maybe there's a speed restriction. Am I being a brat here and being mean to my airplane? Above 25,000 feet, above 5,000. I don't see a speed thing in there, so I don't know about that. Not letting me switch over the modes here at the moment. Doesn't like that either.
I'll do the climb checks. Stand by, Captain.
So it will set your takeoff EPR, but bug the initial climb on engine 2, and once you pull up the flaps, set all 3 engines to that one. Okay. That's probably what I was doing wrong. All right, so climb optimum supposed to be 250. I'm just controlling my throttles manually. Now it's letting me set my speeds. Let's climb in 290. Phuket, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. I've spent way too much of my life learning. This airplane is a huge learning curve. It really is. And it's not like what we're used to. It's really not like what we're used to over in the you know, in the other airplanes that we normally fly on VATSIM. I think it's fun. I think it's great for vintage flying and probably not a very, very big VATSIM event. Again, you know, make all the chicken sounds you want. I really don't think I'm going to take this on a bigger VATSIM event. My middle engine was a little hot there. That's maybe the other thing that I did with this is I was turning on the autopilot. Maybe it's way too soon on this airplane. Could be that this airplane really wants you to not turn on the AP quite so soon. So now it's got my EPR is set for climb, I believe. 0.653 in the climb. Yep, that's set. So that looks really good. I probably also didn't set that up correctly. I need to go back and watch Moose's video on this, on the power management system. That's going to be really important too. We're going from 4 to 5, and this will just auto-populate our route all along the way. So, Phuket, welcome in. I would climb in IAS mode so you don't have to worry about stalling. Yeah, especially consider the fact that I crashed into the ocean the first time, went into a spin after a stall on the second flight. So today is really one of those days to watch out for. Loviz, I have no doubt I could do cross the pond in it. But when it comes to managing, oh, I don't think so. And the other hard part about it with this particular airplane is, so we took off from Chicago O'Hare and we're going to Berlin. And at the time that we took off, we had an arrival and we had a runway, and halfway across the Atlantic, we find out that, oh my gosh, Berlin has changed the arrivals and the runways. Now go down here and manage your waypoints. Go down here and manage your waypoints. I'm not so sure I could handle that too well. I think that would be a real problem. I mean, first of all, you know, how do you go and import your new star into this? No clue. And the thing about, yeah, you have to completely re-download a new flight plan. I think that that's what it is. Is that fear you're smelling? Yeah. In this thing, you bet. Let's see. We are doing altimeter is Terra. Okay, good. Let's go to 122.8. 122.8. Definite fear on this one. So now maybe there's a place that we can go and get our arrivals. So let's say here we all are. We're going into good old Boston Logan. And we're expecting, well, this is a bad example, so J-Fund. I think there's only one Eastern approach. Let's say that they change us to Roebuck 3. Okay, there's Roebuck 3. Now where are we going to go and get all of these waypoints? You could generate a set of waypoints over here in SkyVector, but holy moly, how would that work? So we could get, you know, latitudes and longitudes here. So KSTL, KBOS. So there we are, St. Louis and Boston and all of that. Okay. So I know we could get latitudes and longitudes here. I just don't know how we get them in. That's a thing. Backup plan is to download the plan into an external GNS 750, and if something goes wrong with the INS, I'll switch to the radio and fly with the GPS. There you go. That's a good plan. Is there a story behind our flights? Absolute chaos and mayhem. No real story. It's just totally randomized. Now, generally, when we put together the flight plans these days, I go and I look for VATSIM events that are VATSIM events we normally haven't done. Airports we might not have been to. That sort of thing. Yeah, technically this is not an RNAV airplane, so, but we're flying in a bit of an RNAV firemen. So I don't know how we would do that. Yeah, we'd have to request a non-RNAV arrival. And just how well is that going to go down with our friends from VATSIM in a really big event? I don't know how that would work. So I'm not sure how we would do that. I probably would not take this into a monster VATSIM event. Our speed is up. Oh, altimeter almost. Okay, all of this looks good. We've got INS set. We've got VNAV. We've got power management. Thrust management is good. We're going from spot 6 to 7. At 9, it will reload our next 9 waypoints. So there's DISAP right there. When we get there, it should start picking up at SNB and pop that in for us. We've done the climb checklist. That's good. And of course, we did have some charts here. We don't need parking, airport ground, or the J-Hard stuff. So it's J-Fund, ILS, airport ground, airport parking. I don't know what the procedure would be if you're all up. Let's do automatic braking off. It's probably time to do landing lights, taxi light. Let's let the passengers get up. I'm sure they all. Oh, I never got my slats up. I thought I clicked my slats.
Flap 0.
Oh. Well, that explains why the airplane was so upset with me with power going out. That explains why it was so upset. Hey, Captain Chris, happy Easter to you. Thanks for coming in. See, that's what my problem was there. I thought I clicked flaps and slats and it wasn't up. It is actually possible. I think that the flight you're talking about that Moose did, the flight that you're talking about that Moose did, though, I think Moose said it was a shared cockpit flight. So it was shared cockpit. That helps. Let's see. Amargosa, yes. The thing is we've been flying this airplane for a while now, and we did a flight in the baby bus, and after getting it set up and everything, nothing else to do. We're just gonna fly the airplane. Nothing. This airplane's a ton of work. That airplane, compared to this, wow. Yeah, now all of a sudden, yeah, it was my slats. That's the problem. Jeez. Oh, man. Okay, how are we doing? So St. Louis was nice. We should have the jet stream going for us, going into Chicago, Boston. There's low-vis already, just south of Great Lakes. Live and learn. We do a lot of that, don't we? But this is a historic TWA flight. There's a special place, I'm trying to remember where it is, that you can go and get all sorts of historic flights and stuff. They're really quite nice. Yeah, I think the MD-11 is good. Sleeveless says 3 people, you have to stay on your toes, but they'll absolutely accommodate if you can manage the speeds well. Well, I'm sure that Moose was able to do it very well and had the kind of help needed in the cockpits. So if they did change the arrival or the runway, there was someone that could go. Plus, the plane Moose was flying was the FL 747. That airplane actually has something different. So there's like at least two different kinds of INS systems. This one is not the SIVA system. This is the other system. The SIVA in the 747 that Moose was in has something called the triple mix. And the triple mix is basically all of these units work together. So if Moose was doing, the pilot, and they got a new star, the co-pilot or the flight engineer who was doing shared cockpit could have put in the new arrival down here in number 3, and it would have mixed it up to number 1, because you can put these things in what's called remote mode. That doesn't work in this yet, so you could kind of do those things. And Loviz says there is a database. So there's this database right here of L1011 flights. Flight Sim Dispatch is the tool. So you can come over here and you can just do millions of historical flights. This is actually a fun place to go and dig up some stuff. So you can come in and decide, okay, I want to go and do another flight. And actually, I guess it's an app now. But you can get all the old flights, it's everything. Mig Tom wants to get the 727 or the L1011. This airplane is cool. The 727 you're talking about is Flight Sim Studios, and that's actually a pretty cool little airplane too. And it's gotten a lot better than it was. Seatbelts can go off. Sleeveless likes Flight Sim Dispatch too. I should download that, and we ought to use that for this and some of the other airplanes we're flying. But Mig Tom, I think either one is worth your time. Look, I was fumbling around like an absolute idiot with this airplane. The thing is it's complex. I'm like not mentally awake today, but this is a really good airplane. There is a lot to this. It's meant to fly like an old school airplane that took its first flight in the 1970s. United flew these from 86 to 89, so they weren't flying around a lot. They only made 250 of them, I think. Henry had a migraine last night. No, I was just, worried about stuff. And I'm not smart enough to be able to say, if you're worried about something, but you can't do anything about it, you should forget about it and go to sleep. Yeah, I don't have that magical off switch in my brain that some people do. That's right. Loviz says this is not that pricey of an airplane. This is not that pricey of a plane. I thought it was going to be a lot more. It does have an Enroute chart. It doesn't put up your flight route or anything, but what's kind of cool is it does put up a nice little chart that shows you, what you're flying over. So you can zoom out just a touch. Hi, Arether. And kind of see some cities you're getting close to. So we're coming up over here to a bigger metro area, it looks like. Oh, maybe it's just a highway bypass. So you've actually got that as well. And then we'll put it over on JFund for arrival. Yeah, sadly, my brain was just not able to. Around 1 o'clock or so, my brain says, okay, if it's a permanent problem, I could have gone over, and unpopular as it would have been, and it would have been a pain, but, you know, if that sim were going to just completely crash on me, we can go to the European network, IVAO. So I thought, okay, there's my solution. But then, yeah. It is not a good time at all, is it? Waterwell is back. You're going to go to buy the Indie Builds Hong Kong this week. We've actually flown that airport, Waterwell, and we did get the free city pack, and it's great. You're going to enjoy it. It is a very detailed airport, but it is also very well optimized too. So it's not going to drag your system down, and you can go zipping around the terminal all you want and check it out. And they did a great job on that airport. They did a very good job on that. It's starting to warm up just a touch. Almost 60 degrees. Nice and sunny out there. We could probably download and get the current version right now. So we flew out there. About 2 or 3 weeks ago. So we flew out there 2 to 3 weeks ago, and it was very nice. And then the other day we went and we did Kai Tak in this airplane, and I didn't have to do anything. The city, the free city pack looked really good. The airport looked really good, but Kai Tak looked really good too. So in all of that, it was really a nice flight, Waterwell. So I think the Hong Kong scenery does, you know, and just the default Kai Tak worked great. Mercy Blues in the UK, we have had hail, high winds, sun clouds, and rainbows today. Crazy weather. You took the ATR from Manchester to the Shetland Islands. Didn't bother to click the seatbelt sign off. Probably because your passengers were being bounced all over the place, right? Hey, welcome back. Captain Chris went to the cinema today. So day off today from the airport, right, Captain Chris? And we just popped over, so it's 9 to 1, and now you can see that it went and it got all of our next flights. So there's SNB, Rintney, and that's just going to take us all the way down there. So now we've got the next 10 waypoints automatically stacked in there, which is really nice. Oh my gosh, Captain Chris is got a whole week of vacation. You're regenerating. I didn't know you were a Time Lord. Mercy Blues says it was very choppy, and yep, the ATRs do not fly well above flight level, above 20,000 feet. They really don't. Mikey is going from Kennedy to Naples. You want some Naples pizza, don't you? So this is what everybody's talking about, Flight Sim Dispatch. What you can do is you can specify airport details, arrival airports, a passenger flight, and everything else. So a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, I did KSFO San Francisco. I went to PHNL Honolulu was the arrival. It was only cargo. Now then, we don't want to do anything else here. Departure in the next 45 minutes. Nope, we don't want to do that. But the flight itself was basically in the early 90s. So I'm going to go 92 to 93. L94. So that's what we were doing there. Click to select an aircraft family. This would have been a McDonnell Douglas DC-10. It was a McDonnell Douglas DC-10. So there we go. So to specify specific types, on and on by clicking them. Okay, so we're going to turn off all the freighters. I don't know what it was. And we don't want anything else there. Okay, so we got that. Now then, let's see what's next. So we've got San Francisco, Honolulu, passenger. This was in the 1990s. And those were the only DC-10s. Save a profile, load a profile. Let's see if it refreshed the table. Will it give me the table? Nope. So I remember, there we go. And this was it right here. United Airlines. I had a choice of DC-10 101 or 103. So there was that flight there. It would have been flight 187. United Airlines 187 in the summer of 1993. A DC-10, block time, it was 6 hours and 30 minutes. San Francisco, Saturday, Honolulu, Sunday. And there we go. So you can go and find, that was a thing that I did a long, long time ago. In the early 90s, that was my flight to Honolulu. So this is a way to go, and you can go back a long time. So we could go and do, like Loviz went and did a flight, probably use this to go and find this historic flight that we're doing for TWA. So if you want to fly the historic vintage airplanes and be vintage about it, there you go. I need to do everything's off. We are at flight level 370. We're at cruise, and everything is perfect. And we can go and see how we're doing here. There's Delta 1959. So JSG Droid's coming out. We just passed Indianapolis. Lovis says this is going to be a great place to find Fokker routes too. So one of the things that I should do with that is I should go and start looking up some Air Berlin flights in the F100, which is going to be coming out. Because that's one of the things that I'm going to want to try and do. So let's see if we could do that. Let's see, specify airport details. Well, let's just go EDDB. Go Berlin, Germany. I don't know about an arrival. It's going to be a passenger flight. I'm not so sure. I'm going to guess the 65 to 1975. I think maybe. I don't know. Aircraft family. Okay, so let's go and check Fokker. Obviously, we're just focking around right now. It's a 7100. So we've got that one. Hey, Horizon Vector. Let's see. Horizon Vector is doing a Lufthansa cargo flight, EMD 11 to Amsterdam. What is your favorite instrument in the cockpit? The coffee machine. That was a tacky, silly joke. So what Lovis says is I could have also, instead of just being Berlin, so we could turn that off. Let's just go and delete this. And now we're just going to look at the Fokker 100.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
So here's the F100. Wall Jumper, thank you for the follow. I don't know the favorite instrument. If I'd have to choose something, it's the combination. It's the combination of the Airbus Autopilot and Airbus McDo. Those two together are really, really good. So here's F100 flights. Passenger. And refresh the table. I could put in beer as the icy cows. Specify the airline. Let's do beer. Let's do that. That'll help. So BER. And try it again. Maybe I went back too far. Let's take it up to 1990. Actually, Air Berlin's been around for a while. Let's let it go a little bit further. So Air Berlin passengers from 1965 to 2001 were doing the F100 airplane. The 100, okay, so it entered service in 1988. Let's move that up to 1988. How about 87? And let's just move it up to maybe 2015 and see what we get from there. Thank you, Erit. And beer, and now we'll try and refresh it again. Flight duration, I don't think it'd be 20, so maybe we could do that a little bit. Chunk that down to about 4 hours. And refresh. I think it's got to think about it now. So it would have been the F100, Air Berlin. We don't need to do that. We don't want to reselect aircraft family. We shouldn't have to do this again, right? Nope, we've already got that one, so we don't need to refresh the reset the airplane. DPT, you do have to have a departure point. So we actually do have to specify a departure airport. Okay. Let's just do... how about... Well, EDDB. Let's just see what they have for that. You don't actually need a departure airport. I just think I need to uncheck it, right? If I uncheck it and just airline Air Berlin, a Fokker F100, about a 4-hour flight from 1987 to 2020. So we've unchecked everything, but we need to check Berlin. And let's see if that'll give us something. So we don't need an airport, but we do have Air Berlin. It's a passenger flight, the F100, which is coming out from 1987 to 2020. And I probably have done something wrong. They did fly that, right? Yeah, they did fly. So Air Berlin operated a fleet of Fokker 100s, the F100 regional jets, during the 2000s. So they did actually do that then. Do a test without the date. So they did fly it in the 2000s, and they did fly the F100. Maybe Air Berlin isn't listed. Let's see. Berlin flew Airbus A3. Let's see if it will take an Airbus A320. An A320CO. So let's see if that's it. It might have been Teagle, EDBT. It was EDBT until 95 and then EDDT. Well, I haven't got anything there. I took out Air Berlin and it generated all the flights. So maybe they had a different icy cows. Let's take out the airline. So we've got a Fokker 100 and a couple of Airbuses in there from 1987 to 2020, and see what shows up there. Let's see. How about, okay, here's a bunch of AAFs. Let's go ahead and now we're going to take these out. And we'll just leave the F100. And let's see if it gives us, there's American Airlines, had them. Air France had them. AUA. BMA. Okay, so there really isn't beer. Did they have different icy cows over the year? Air Berlin, WIKI. So Air Berlin, were they always beer? They were always beer. It was always beer, BER. Maybe they don't have those flights in there. Oh man, they had some very different looking. Oh, look at this. Air Berlin had a 707. They had a 707 there. How about that? So they had 707s. Yeah, that's the livery I like. That's a good, that's really nice. That's okay. Okay, now they're going more with the red. Germania shows flights for the F100, but it's not Air Berlin. Then they also bought this thing, this LTU. This was supposed to be like one of those, that was one of those holiday airlines, so they would take a whole lot of people to the beach or something like that. And it's 737s. Oh, look at this. There's the Air Berlin USA logo from because it started as a an airline in the, I think it started in San Francisco. J-Dubs, let's see. Loviz took Berlin out. Germania, J-Dubs flew your return IRL flight from Puerto Vallarta on Friday in a 737 MAX 8. On the touchscreens in the back of each seat was an option, was a cockpit view that shows ground speed, altitude, and heading. So while everybody else was watching movies, you were doing cockpit view. J-Dubs, way to go. So it showed basically the data, or was it like a camera in the cockpit that was pointed at something? I think it's great that that happened. You got to see airspeed and everything else. That is pretty amazing. I think it's great that they let people see those sorts of things, and it's not a big old secret. But yeah, absolute aviation nerd. They did not fly the Fokker. You don't think that Air Berlin flew it? It said so on the Wikipedia page. Where's their aircraft list? That's the group, restructuring, flight school, business trends. Okay, well, look at this. The fleet, okay, this was their fleet at the closure. So when they closed, they had A319s, 320s, 330s, and Dash 8s. So maybe that's wrong, Lovez. Flight Sim Max says they did have them. They did have them. The view is what we would have seen if you were in the cockpit, so it's more of an outdoor view. Interestingly enough, they turned the feature off once you got below 10,000 feet. What do I think about the 787? I think it's a cool airplane. We don't have a really good one modeled in. Flight Simulator. DAGPS. This was the Germania Fokker F100. So it was a Germania. That was the one. So Flight Sim Max says that's it. Yeah, after 10,000 feet, they want you to put your tray tables and seat backs up and fasten your seat belts, put everything away to land. Man, that airplane looks really pretty good, doesn't it? It really does look nice. The F-28, it's a cool little airplane for sure. I should just put a shortcut on the desktop to Flight Sim Dispatch. We're gonna need that. Boston Ground and ATIS is up. Exponent is waiting for a 787. Germania, so Flight Sim Max says that Germania until 2004, Air Berlin until 2006. And that's when Air Berlin bought Germania Airlines before the bankruptcy and still flew under the Germania call sign. That's why we didn't find the Air Berlin flights. If I would have scrolled down, we would have seen the historic fleet. Okay, thanks, Andy. Let's go down a little lower. So this was the fleet at closure. And the historic fleet, A319s, 320s, they had some 321s, 330s. Oh, they had 707. Okay, so they had 18 Fokker F100s. So yeah, Loviz says we've got to look under the Germania IC cows. Okay, Germania was an airline, and that would be GMI. So what we want to do here is I'm going to unselect the Airbus bunch. And now it was, so let's look under GMI. Now here's all the Germania flights. So it was all Germania, which would have been that. They did Frankfurt, that's EDDT. Back in the day, that's got to be Tegel. Because somebody said Tegel had several IC cows. Berlin Tegel was EDBT until 1995. Then there were EDT. And Helvetic had the F100. You saw a clip on YouTube and you're here to check things out. Welcome, Brainy. Thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. You search past 2004. It was Germania under Air Berlin liveries. So if we come over here and do beyond 2005, let's see what it does then. Now it's gone completely blank. Let's go and take out GMI and see what shows up with beer, and see if that shows them. Maybe not. Gordon says that the oven heating elements caught fire and you had to go out and get the new ones. It could be they don't have anything like that. Let's reset the airplanes and just see if they've got anything for beer. For about a 5-hour flight, Berlin, no airplanes, and let's just see if we get that. Oh, here we go. Now we got some beer flights. So Iceland to Hamburg, A320, 738. So here's all sorts of Air Berlin flights. All sorts of them. So now what we can do is let's go and just check and see if that will now populate Fokker 70s and 100s. Probably not. So let's see. Brainy just came in and checked out. Welcome aboard. We're playing with an old thing called Flight Sim Dispatch. This gives us all sorts of information about old historic flights and stuff. We're currently flying a TWA L1011. It's a little loud. So we're doing an L1011 on a real old TWA route. And this is a really old school airplane. A very old school airplane. So, let's see. Senor Tomas, welcome aboard. I hope that the oven overheating didn't cause a fire. There is an F100 coming out eventually. Not all flights on there are either. None of the FedEx flights are on there for the Caravan, even if FedEx does own 218 Caravans. Man, with the Caravan out there, I think that's what everybody wants.
Subscriber
Cold
confirmed.
Nebo's back with a
Top
nice
clearance
resub. Hey,
granted,
Cold
agent.
Nebo, thanks for the
Loyalty
resub. Welcome
noted.
on in. Thanks for being here. Happy weekend. Thank you for a 54-month resub and awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. And nothing really to worry about up here, I don't think. I think it does, while the airplane itself probably didn't. I think it does. Vex free, so you've got to be able to fly this in Europe. You've got to be able to do that. Gary Lauderdale. Hi, Gary. This little app that I was playing around with over here, this is an app. It's called Flight Sim Dispatch. I'm going to give you a link. So we're probably going to wrap up after this one. This got to be a pretty long flight. That's Flight Sim Dispatch. So what you'll do is you'll go over and you'll go to the website and come down here to download it. And then it's going to put the application somewhere in one of your, it'll put it somewhere in your, put it on a hard drive or something, put a shortcut to your desktop, and it'll work great. It should work great. Patrick is here. Hi, Patrick. Thank you for a very full two-tone Murphy beer.
Reinforcements incoming.
Hey,
More
we
agents
are here
joining
with
us
Sim
by
Caesar. Hi, Sim Caesar. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by today. Thank you for the raid. Live and direct from Caesar's Palace. JSG Droid remembers flying an airplane like this out of Monterey. Oh, the United, this is the 727-100. Sim Caesar knows all about this airplane. Yeah, I'm having a really hard time talking today. But welcome in, Sim Caesar. We're flying the old TriStar. And, you know, learning more and more. Hi, Monster. Tyro, welcome aboard. Tyro Goth's here. Hi, Crimson. But so we're flying this old thing, and it's pretty cool. Loviz went to Flight Sim Dispatch and found a vintage TWA route for us. So we're flying that route. It doesn't have a flight management computer, but it does have. Now this is not a SIVA. We learned from Moose that there's two kinds of INSs, and this one is not the SIVA version. But it's just as you know, if you're crazy about, you know, INS systems, what this one will do is take a SIMBRI flight plan, and after you've exhausted your 9 waypoints, it will put your whole flight plan down in here, and it will restack your INS with the next 9 waypoints, which is really quite nice. Really quite nice. So, you know, you don't have to sit there and do nothing but plug in waypoints and stuff like that. That's right, TWA was the Howard Hughes airline, wasn't it? Crimson Source. Hi, Iowa Scotsman. Welcome, welcome. The cabin is modeled really nicely, Sim Caesar, and it's kind of a vintage look in this airplane. So you get some of those really, really nice vintage colors and stuff like that. But if you want to hang out with the spies and stuff like that, Sim Caesar, you go up here to the front of the airplane, and this is first class, and you see there's these 2 seats here, and you kind of move a little further, and oh my gosh, there's this little thing over here. So you kind of walk over here, don't trip, and oh my gosh, there's some stairs. So we can come down here. Don't trip on the stairs. Spies are too cool to trip, right? And then you come over here and you got to turn. And keep coming down the stairs. And oh my gosh, there is a lounge down here where all the spies hang out. So they've got a really groovy seats from the 70s and stuff like that. And it's got Coke. And, ooh, that's not a very good brew. But you kind of come over here, and they've got a nice little galley. And the door over here also leads to a lower exit too, which is kind of cool. It's really good. But yeah, I mean, oh my gosh, they've got this really, really cool airplane that you can go and hang out in. Down there. I don't think every L-1011 had it, but you know, it's a neat VIP area. Maker's Dave is here. Sleeveless, I'm hurting for a good 707 or DC-8. There was a DC-8 and there was a 707 in X-Plane. In fact, I remember the 707 in X-Plane, you could get a livery for, the first airport movie, Trans-Global Airlines, for your 707 in X-Plane. I don't remember it as being that hot rockin' and flame-throwing of an airplane, but, you know, you could still fly the Trans-Global livery if you wanted to, and that was the airline for the very, very first airport movie. And sadly, that thing ended up as a cargo plane, and I think it crashed on takeoff a long time ago. So that airplane's not around anymore. The flaps controller, if you're clicking your flaps and stuff like that, I've noticed on this airplane it's a little bit some of the flap settings are hard to grab with your mouse and stuff. It does have this really, really neat power management system. So this is a very old vintage power management. So it shows our fuel remaining. I haven't set up my top of descent. Figuring out your top of descent is kind of weird. So what you have to do is you've got to figure out where the distance to your bottom of descent. Okay. So to do that requires some gymnastics here. So the bottom of our descent, we're going to come in here. Let's go, and it's going to be runway 22 left. Let's just go ahead and get some charts here. Okay. So over here, we're going to do the Roebuck arrival, and it's going to be Roebuck to 22 left. And remind me, 22 left. Okay, so Noli. And so on the Roebuck arrival for Noli, that's 5,000 feet at tail. So you then basically have to do math. Now we could do that. I mean, it's not like we've got the time. You know, we're not rushed right now. So you could add it all up here with the chart. It's still not going to, I think, do all of your constraints and stuff. But, okay, so from Patrick to tail is 6.3. From Patrick out 16.9. Okay, at Ethan to Kleb, it's 13.3. Then it's 8.8. Anyway, as Loviz just said, I've already gotten halfway through, and I didn't sleep well last night, so my brain is already mush. That's one way to do it. The other way to do it is not have pretty little pictures with your charts here. The other way is to come over here, and you could look at your flight plan over here. So here's the J Fund arrival. There's Lowland, Islay, Harris. Well, that's not the ones we're doing. That's not the arrival. Did I get the wrong one? No, it's 22 left. This is the one we want. 22 left. Well, where did all that come from? It is the Roebuck arrival. Did I get the wrong arrival in here? This is J Fund 2. Uh-oh. I have the wrong arrival. Yes, that's because this is the Roebuck arrival. We want the J Fund arrival, not the Roebuck arrival. Yeah, if you are worried that your pilot is not going to get you safely to your destination, yeah, that's the way. Okay, there we go. There's low, there's his, all right. And there it is, low vis. I use the top of descent calculator helper under the PFD. And it's the, okay, see, you first got to start with the right chart. I should be just flying from the lounge today. Anyhow, so what you could do is here are distances. So 6, 5, 10. You could start adding these up. And there's top of descent right there. So you can go and start adding those numbers up. Bottom of descent altitude, we could pop that in. It's 5,000 feet. Speed was what, 210? Yeah, no, it's 6,000 feet. It was 6,000 feet. And 210. But how many miles to the bottom of your descent? And that's from where you are right now. And it's also, you can only go up to 999. So, I mean, this thing's like really hard. And I don't know exactly how it is that they did that in the real world. But if you want to have this thing give you a top of descent over here on the cruise page, you got to go and do that. And I just don't know how that works. Loviz said, come over here to, let's see, helper. That's this, right? So top of descent calculator. Starting altitude is 37,000 feet. Our bottom altitude is 6,000 feet. And then your glide path in degrees. I think it's generally 3.5 maybe. And then calculate. I need 83 miles to make it work. I need 83 miles. Okay. So there you go. It's a fun airplane, but it's going to keep you super busy. That's what happened on the last flight. No, the last two flights were I was just not paying attention. Whatever happened today that would give us that concern? I don't know, the stall and the spin that I went in the Caravan, or just smack it into the water while I was too busy doing a poll. Robert's in chat. Your mom passed today. I'm sorry to hear that, Robert. I know that is a really hard day for you. Man, thank you for coming in and telling us. I've been there where you are. It's not easy at all. And it doesn't go away anytime soon. I will tell you that right now, you're kind of in a day-to-day, day-by-day, take things hour by hour, day-to-day. That's about all you can do. And I also like to suggest, when you can, take little vacations from all this. Give yourself permission to take care of vacations. Little vacations, just, I'm not going to think about it for, you know, half an hour. I'm going to, I'm just going to take it easy on myself. I'm going to watch a special TV show that I know will distract me for, you know, 45, 50 minutes or so, and do that. And at least that's what worked for me. I don't know if I handled it any better than anybody else, Robert. But thank you for coming in. We'll also help you forget things a little bit too. And you get to hang out with friends and chat with cool people. Tim Dog, yeah, this is a little bit longer. Loviz is on the star. Okay, so one thing is our first altitude that we have to hit here is at Minsta. So it's Ponset, right? Hi, Kaiser, welcome aboard. So Minsta is 24,000 feet. The way that I would start to do this is I feel like I need to hit this waypoint at 24,000 feet at Minsta. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my old school way of doing this, and that is I'm at 37,000 feet. So 37,000 feet. I wanted to be at what altitude again? 24 minus 24,000 feet times 3 divided by 1,000 means I need 39 miles. Now, this is an insanely squishy number, okay? Massively. But it's a little bit more usable, more workable for me to get me into the groove here, especially if there's nobody out there. So at 24,000 feet, I need 39 miles. Well, it's 21 miles to Stoli, and it's another 30 miles from Ponset. So my general little, if it's just me and there's no ATC out there and stuff like that, my general little squishy way of starting my descent is I'm going to say halfway between Ponset and Stoli. So, or 15 minutes from Stoli. 15 minutes from Stoli, I'm going to start my descent to flight level 240. 15 miles. And because my brain is mush, I'm going to write that down. 15 miles from Stoli, descend to flight level 240. And I don't need this anymore, and so that's going to be my top of descent. So at this point, we'll look down here. And is Stoli anywhere near here? All right. Walla. No, it's not even close. Our next waypoints. So there's Stoli right there. We got to go through this whole list right here and then halfway through this list before we get between Ponset and Stoli. But now that's sort of the way that I would do my top of descent and stuff. And then because this airplane I don't think is going to drop us down, manage our descent with constraints and stuff, I can do it myself. So if we hit Minsta at flight level 240, I can then go to flight level 210 and reduce my speed to 288 seats. And then 17,000 at double, and all of the rest of our waypoints here. And that's kind of how I would do that with this airplane right now. Might not be the proper way, but it gets the job done. Pratt PT says to hydrate. I think that sleeveless is absolutely right. And everybody's different. So just because something worked great for me, Robert, or worked great for sleeveless, we all kind of have to find our own way. And you know what? You just said that you did a 737 MAX flight from Cork. So, that is a way to tune out for just a little bit. Give it a little bit of a break. You give yourself a little bit of a break. I bet that is a L1011. We've got 3 spy trails out of there. No, it's an MD-11. Look at that. It's got a straight engine there. We can go and see. That's JSG Droid. JSG Droid is over Cleveland. We're up over here. That airplane is... We don't know what that is. Looks like a DC-10. There's a JetBlue flight plane behind me. Where's this guy going? It doesn't say. Doesn't have a flight plan. No flight plan, so we don't know what that's doing. What do we know about its speed, though? 565 knots over the ground. I'm at 580, so we're going to pass them. I'm at flight level 370. They're at 39, so I'm not going to bump into it, but I'm going to pass that airplane, so that airplane is not a factor. This airplane is at 33 and 559, so we'll have to keep an eye. Is this one going to Boston? Nah, this one's going to Boston, so we may have to keep an eye on that one. Good evening, Jimmy boy. Thanks for coming in. I do think I'm taking a break for a while, and you love the L1011. See, now's the place to do that, and if you can kind of come into, you know, some of our online friend communities that are out there. I know a lot of people say, hey, come on, you ought to have real friends and real people, but this is a great place to go where people are not going to judge you. Where, you know, we work really hard to keep toxic stuff away from us, away from here. So you just know that this is a nice place to come in and relax a bit. Kaisar said spy hat. I don't actually have a Lockheed hat, so we're having to do the original spy hat. Okay, all this looks really, really good. And this, it doesn't look like this map does following. It doesn't follow your airplane, so you kind of have to come on in here. And, okay, so you see it's got this funky little line like this over here. It's like, okay, what happened? So it's doing a direct to kind of a thing for the moment, but once we get to this point, after it flips over from number 9 to number 1, you're going to get this weird line, but once we hit this next waypoint, it'll clean up that map. I don't think there's anything else to do. Fuel is probably good. On final with no ATC, and you get, yeah, you bet you got busy on this one. There's a lot to worry about. You know, we've got a landing performance chart that we can use here. Landing weight, so, you know, trying to figure out what your landing fuel is going to be on this one's a little bit tricky. I think the best way to go is just go get your law or your landing weight, which is going to be 324.6 or 325. So 325. And then your landing elevation, that's the airport. And it's 19 feet. And then we can just go and calculate it all and set it all. Those landing speeds for the moment. For the runway, we're going to need 6,000 feet stop. We'll see. The 727-100 is a cool plane. I know we've got a 200. I don't know if we've actually got a 100 yet. But I know we've got that 200 from Flight Sim Studios. All right. 3 miles and you see, okay, so you see the map's been cleaned up here. So we've already passed that one waypoint view. Now I bet we're going to Tyrod or Thyroid or something, Memes and Loxy. So over there, that cleaned up the map for the next 9 waypoints. The L-1011 is a fun airplane. It's a handful though. It is a massive handful. Okay, and so we're actually doing pretty good here. It is a nice airplane, and there's so much in it too. There's a lot of cool stuff in this airplane. I mean, just trying to figure out all the stuff that we need to use the power management system. And then when you really want to start doing rabbit holes, you get your big old flight engineer panel. That's when you get some really good rabbit holes. I'm basically just letting the flight engineer do it right now. But, you know, there's going to be some times that you're going to need to go in here, and fuel apparently doesn't balance itself out too well, so you got to do that. And I haven't done anything. Although, actually, it doesn't look so bad. That's 9, 7. It's a little bit over on the higher there. It's relatively balanced, but probably not so great. Now, if you're really having a hard time figuring out stuff, you can come over here and click on your plane, and it will basically tell you that you are at 37,000 feet, and I think it's going to give us our time. We have 646 nautical miles to go. Online, I can't imagine that it's an hour and 54 minutes from here to Boston. No, what? No, this is it. We're, oh, this is how we've been. Okay, so we've gone 648 miles for almost 2 hours. We have 2 hours and 38 nautical miles to go. 237 nautical miles to go. We're going to be landing at 2312 Zulu, or in 24 minutes. That's it. Just reading simple numbers is clearly a problem today. And over here on our notes, we know that 15 miles from Stoli, we're going to do our descent to. Let's see, we don't need that 500 anymore. And we are from waypoint 3 to waypoint 4. We're going from Memes to Loxy. Oh, look at this. I was wrong. Check this out. We're going from Memes to Loxy right now. And then there's Ponset and there's Stoli. So between 5 and 6, we've got to watch watch that for our descent. So when this goes 5 and 6, and we're 15 miles from 6, is when we're starting our descent. It got busy all of a sudden, which it does in Flight Sim. And really, we'd just rather be sitting back here in our nice little seat. One of those really nice two-tone Murphy, always full pints. Or some pizza, and just looking outside, seeing nice fluffy clouds. I don't think that speed brakes auto deploy on landing. Loviz had a 346. Loviz says the weather is not great. So horrible weather. Let's go get our rival weather. Boston Logan weather. Here is our weather. Okay, it's raining in Boston. So let's see, winds are 230 at 7, 6 miles visibility. It's raining and foggy. Few clouds at 700 feet. Scattered at 1,500, overcast at 6,000. So we'll break out around 6,000, but altimeter's 2996. 2969. I'm going to put those notes over there. Vinyl Rabbit flew into Boston earlier today, and it's rainy in Boston. So one of the things that we could do, since we've got a little time, is we could also hit the magic weather button. And then hit layers. And I'm going to turn off mean sea level pressure for the moment. And that will allow the radar to pop in. And there is all sorts of weather. There's the rain. It's not an exact indicator, but it's a pretty good indicator. And it's probably all part of that big low pressure system that we saw over with mean sea level pressure. Now we pop that back in, you'll see that it lays it underneath. It'll lay it underneath the radar. So there's the center of the low spinning all these showers here. So the weather outside is frightful. We've still got a ways to go to between Ponset and Stoli. This is the longest flight in the L1011, and it went really well. Did you decide that maybe you had flown close to a payware airport or something in your library, and that's why everything froze on you for a while? Or did Buster secretly push the pause button with one of Buster's paws? There's that DC-10. I got no idea what that's going to do. Looks like New York approach is popping on. Newark, Kennedy, and Teterboro are up. JSG droids coming south of Rochester. It had to do with putting info into the top of descent calculator. It freezes you there until you're done. Oh, well, that's convenient. That's nice and convenient. 4 to 5, we have 56 miles to get to 5. 5 is Ponset. So we've still got plenty of time to just chill a bit. So when you go to use the top of descent calculator, everything freezes. That's an important safety tip. That's an important safety tip to know. We'll get autocomplete ready to go here for the flight engineer. So, okay, so what Loviz said, all right, so when you're using the helper here, when it pulls up the keyboard, things freeze. Okay? That's good to know. So the only thing that you can do is type in the keyboard. You got to get rid of the keyboard to do anything else. Hey, I know what we could do. This is supposed to work a little bit. All right, so weather. All right, test looks like it's working. So we have weather radar. I'm going to do weather and T. We'll just dial that to max. And we'd like it to look ahead and slightly below the airplane. Take it out of test mode, and we should get some radar and see all of the rain that Loviz was talking about going in. And Vinyl Rabbit too. Let's see, so Loviz does not dislike the airplane anymore. Yes, we had a nice rainbow ahead. Super Cuber, that's what the weather radar tells us in test mode. There's rainbows up ahead. Hi Roddy, welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming by today. Got the TWA L1011 going to Boston. I'm going to turn these up a little bit. It's going to get a little bit hard to see with the sun on our backs now. 25 miles to Ponset. And then after Ponset, 15 miles and descent. And we're going to basically do it manually. So let's see, our cruise is supposed to be about Mach 0.83. It's at Mach 0.85. The EPR for this... 3-engine cruise it's standard. Because I'm kind of thinking I'm going to have to manually do this instead of using VNav. So I just turned on the auto throttle and indicated airspeed so I can kind of step myself down. 13 miles, so about 20 miles to top of descent, according to the squishy math that we did. What could possibly go wrong there? So to step us down, over here, our first is going to be 24,000 feet at Minsta. Do a check of ATC, see if there's anybody around. ICDC, Potomac, New York City, and that's about it. So there's no ATC. I'm going to clear myself down via the J Fund arrival, with our first altitude being 24,000 feet. And I'm just going to go and step myself down to the at or aboves. And 24,000 feet. Okay? And there we are. We just made the turn at Ponset. We're going to 5 to 6. And we know that that was about 30 miles or so that's pretty good. So when this gets to 15, we'll start our descent. I'm going to reduce let's see what it gave us for descent. Enroute descent is Mach 0.84 and 340 knots. That was Auto ATC saying, hey, you might want to think about descending now. Way ahead of you there. We're at Mach 0.85. I'll just leave it at 290 and see what it does. 25 miles to Stoli. So let's see if this little experiment works. What could possibly go wrong? You know, it'd be kind of nice if I could actually have one landing today that doesn't result in simulated airframe damage. That would be kind of a nice thing today. $20 miles. And I'm going to do this with vertical speed and auto throttle. We'll let the INS manage our lateral nav, right and left. $15 miles. Vertical speed. And gently just kind of click it down. That way it's not, like drop the nose just goes clunk like that, because we don't want to panic our passengers. And down we go. And we want to be at 24,000 feet at Minsta. So now we're going to slowly, this is the hard part. I mean, the flight management computer tells us in the Airbus. So we're going there, but Minsta is where we want to be at that altitude. Let's see, minimums for the ILS, 200 feet. We also have to manually set up the ILS in this airplane. It's like a Boeing. 2, 3, 4. This one takes a while. 7, 8, 9, and 200 feet. The ILS is going to be 110.3. 110.3. Don't forget to turn on the DME. And this DME, when you finally get onto the radio and stuff, this is still kind of locked into the INS system. This is going to be your DME to the ILS. Use that. Martel is going to call it a night. I don't know, Martel, considering all the tragedy we've had on the flights today, can't imagine how you can sleep tonight, not knowing whether we make it safely to Boston after bouncing off the water and everything else. But it's also Sunday night. You probably got a full day tomorrow, right? So thanks for coming in, Martel. Have a wonderful evening and a good start to your week next week. I've got IRL stuff to take care of tomorrow. I have to talk to the lady that helps me, keep out of a homeless shelter and stuff like that. So we're gonna definitely be, I'll be busy tomorrow and Tuesday. I might try to do a YouTube video on this airplane for Wednesday. But then our next flight is Thursday. So good night, Martel. That's right. Be sure you're on the localizer. And, the glide slope comes down to get you. I found that out too. So there's 2 buttons. There's the localizer and the ILS. You hit the localizer first. Low vis is right on that. All right. Looking good here. And really, since we're descending, the only altitudes that I care about are the aboves. Don't go below 240 at Minsta. Now, if I'm above 240 at Minsta, that's okay, but I can't go below it. So that's how it is that I step my way down to all of these ways, to all of these waypoints. There's 30,000 feet. We're going from 6 to 7. Stoli to Minsta. So we are 2 miles from Minsta. I'm high on the descent. So at this point, I could safely continue my descent to flight level 210 at seats. We also have to reduce our speed. So I'm now going to go, since I'm clearly above 240 at Minsta, I could do 210 for seats. And I need to go and start getting myself ready because I have a speed constraint. So I'm going to get that done right now. Now, if ATC was telling me to keep my speed up, that'd be different. But we're getting our speed. There's 280, and we're continuing the descent. That's right. The no vectors to Copenhagen in the L1011, the Airbus 1011. I'd try vector. I would actually try vectors in the A300 now. But yeah, this is a conversation that's come up because I've passed a certain age and I have to talk to a person that helps me figure out what to do with the very, very small investment amount that I've got. And plot and plan strategy. Okay, so you can see here, we've passed Minsta. We're well above flight level 240. So next we're going to go seats. We need to be 280 and above flight level 210. Okay, so we're 280 knots. That's pretty good. We are at 27,000 feet. Little bit high, but we're clearly going to be above flight level 210 at seats. So let's come on over here and do 17, which is our next altitude. There's 17. Hey, Sparky, I am now using Elevate X. That's the stuff you see at the top of the screen. Sleeveless, you're going to help your in-laws tomorrow? You got to do, yeah, I got the taxes done. But other things have become scary. So, hey, Monica, thanks for coming in on YouTube. Welcome aboard. Let's go ahead and we're going to be 17,000 feet. So let's go and get our altimeter set. And our altimeter is 2969. I never set my altimeters. I totally forgot. I totally blew off my altimeters. So 2969-1005. Totally blew that off. See, the Airbus and the Boeing reminds you to do these things. New liveries from any builds for the L1011 conflict with GSX profile they released.
Stay sharp.
Oh, really? Okay. Did I get my landing data? I did. And landing perf, we're going to go VAP 145. Oh, you know what? It's a wet runway. Let's recalculate for a wet runway. There we go. Nemo the Guy, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Let's also do auto brakes medium. Auto brakes are medium. And we're looking pretty good there. How we doing? We're still a little high on the arrival. Yeah, way too high, but I think we're going to catch up. Next altitude is above 14,000 feet, so we can dial in 14 at or below, at or above. I'm going to go and increase my rate of descent just a little bit here because we're still too high. So let's see how that works. As long as we don't speed up, we're good. We're not speeding up. Let's see if we can increase our rate of descent a bit more. And we just passed J-Fund. Okay, now we're starting to speed up just a touch. So without speed brakes, we're going to keep it at 25,000. Thing is I've got 10 miles to get below 12. Oh, and we need to slow down to 270. So we're a touch high right now. And very big, puffy, scary clouds. I don't think that there is. You could do an IAS descent. There's a bit of a VNAV descent that you can do, but I don't think it's quite what we want. I'm going to need to go and do 30, and I'm going to pull out some speed brake here. We're just way too high. So let's add a little bit there. So yeah, Supercuber, I don't think that there's the equivalent of flight level change. 18,000 feet, got 5 miles to get to 12. And our next speed after autumn is 250. So boy, did it get busy fast. There's 250. So we've got some speed brakes out right now. You can kind of see them out here on the wings here. There's our speed brakes up. Very big wings on this thing. 15,000 feet. We're still a touch high. The next altitude is 8,000. Keep dialing that number down. There is 8,000 over there on altitude. We have to be between 10,000 and 8,000 at winter and 250 knots. We're doing good. CT Aviation says that flight level change would be the IAS button in this airplane. Low vis, yeah, vertical speed for I don't usually use it for climbing, but definitely for descending. Hi, GT Boy. Oh, you're calling it a night? Good night, GT Boy. Have a great evening. See you next time. All right, how we doing? We're approaching 10,000 feet, so we're almost getting back into the groove here of where we need to be. Manaphy, we're going to wrap it up after this. It's got to be a long day. I've crashed a lot, so. There's 12,000. Now I'm going to start reducing my rate of descent here. We're kind of doing a bit of a dive of death at the moment. So let's start to shallow this out a little bit. Now we're at 10,000 at winter, so we're at least coming in here. Now let's keep reducing this. I'm going to be sure and put my speed brakes back down. Landing lights. Seat belts. No ATC. We need CTAF. CTAF is 128.8 in Boston. Let's just do it that way. Okay, this is looking good. After this, let's go, and we got another speed reduction. It's 220. And we can continue down to 6,000 feet, and then that's where we stop. So we were a little high at the beginning. You could see just how squishy the numbers were. And 220. Roddy likes this one. I've really been really pretty pleased with the music. I'm very pleased with the music that we've got coming out of Epidemic Tracks. It's been good. Okay, there's our turn. We're at 220 knots. I think a shot of flaps would be good. It's going to help slow us down a bit. Now let's do some ATC and see how we're doing here. All right, looks good. I got an airplane really close behind me. Are you going to Boston? You're going to Boston too. Okay, well, we may have to worry about that. Let's see if they turn in. Okay, we're going to try and go in behind this one. So once we get on the vectors, we'll follow behind that one, and it should be good. Cool. All right. Next speed is 210. And looking good.
Flaps 10.
All right, that looks good. Let's come on over here, and our heading is going to be 035. Let's get this set up here on our heading. It was a gaggle when low-vis came into. I've just got that one, and I'll just watch that airplane. And if I watch that airplane, it should be fine. All right, that looks good. We're looking great there. Let's go and check again. So we're following this one. This airplane right here, I don't know what they're going to do, but we got to watch out. Yeah, they've descended. I think they're going to Boston, but they don't have a flight plan, so we're going to go and turn right behind this one. We'll turn behind that one. Menu, descent.
Copy, descent flow, going through it. One moment. Hey, Captain, got that flow done. Back to you.
Heading hold. All right, let's go ahead and the altitude for here, descend and maintain 3,000. Boston traffic, TWA 441 is on the downwind now for runway 22 left. Looks like we're coming in behind an American Airlines Heavy, number 2 for the runway, Boston. Okay, so now the airplane is just parallel. So they're off our wingtip. Now we can go and start our turns.
Boston traffic, American 109 Heavy, 10 miles final island. Boston traffic.
Okay, so there they are there. Everything else looks pretty good on this. Let's go ahead and turn in for the runway. We're below the glide slope. So let's go get ourselves a nice little intercept course for that ILS. I've got both glide slope and localizer. We're 18 miles out. Let's finish the turn. Boston Logan traffic, TWA 441, starting the turn to final. Looks like we're a good 10 miles behind the American on approach. Number 2 for the runway, Boston. Okay, that checklist is done. Still picking up the glide slope and the localizer. I'm gonna go.
Traffic, New England 1610, 737 Max, over top Ethan at 5,000 on the roadblock 3, looking to join in for number 4 on ILS 22 left, Boston traffic.
Okay, that JetBlue just kind of cut right in there. So 180. We're now number 3 for the runway.
Boston traffic, American 109 Heavy, 5 miles final ILS 22 left, Boston traffic.
I have glide slope and localizer. And we've reduced our speed. Wheels might be a good idea. The ball was not centered. There we are, snagging the localizer. All right, that looks good. We're really far behind the JetBlue, so we'll just maintain 180 knots like we always do on these things. And checklist is done. Landing perf, it's going to be 145, so 146 to land. I've got the localizer. Now I'm going to switch over to ILS. ILS is now armed. That looks good. It's going to grab the glide slope. All of our lights are good up here. I'm also going to do taxi.
Boston traffic, American 109, heavy landing to left. Boston traffic.
All right, everything looks good. Whew. So you can see this is kind of how we positioned ourselves in there. This one's coming into Boston too. Hopefully they're watching. Okay, 180, and usually it's 180 till focus, and then you slow down to your landing speed. Exiting to the right. Exiting right. And approach checklist is done. Actually, I don't really think there's any point to using this one. We've already got the other things set up, so let's leave it on this. And here comes the glide slope. I see very little out there. Very, very little. One last check.
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Dim Realm. That's a cool name here on Twitch. Thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Yeah, we're in great shape here. Let's do a posture check. I have the airport. I have the runway. That looks pretty good.
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay
And
sharp.
147 to land. 147.
Traffic, American 109, heavy vacated to the left and Bravo.
Flaps 22. Flaps 33.
We appear to be a bit on the crabby side here. ADGP, thank you for your follow. Welcome aboard. We appear to be a bit crabby. Boston traffic, TWA 441's at focus. Number 2 for the runway 22 left, Boston. I don't see the other airplane. I don't see them at all. All right, let's go. AP's off. Captain's got the airplane. Didn't really do a good job of lining us up. But now mostly it's going to be visual for right and left, and occasionally I'll look down at the ILS just to see how we're doing. Mostly for glide slope.
Boston traffic, American 109, area taxiing, Echo 11 by Bravo Alpha. Last call, Boston traffic.
Boston traffic, doing on 1610, turning base for ILS, runway 22 left, number 3, Boston.
That airplane looks like they disconnected. Boston traffic, TWA 441. Short finals for runway 22 left, landing number 1 for the runway. Boston. Up. Got a little bit high. It's not Birmingham. Yep, we got a little bit high, didn't we, Amargosa? High and fast. You should avoid approaches while having adult beverages in the cockpit. I know. We are definitely a little crabby on this arrival. Yeah, we pretty much turned off all the targeting computers at this point. It's the force. Auto throttle is off. Whoa! It's breezy in Boston. We'll catch the next one. Stow the reversers. Auto brakes.
Boston traffic, New England 1610 is on a 10-mile final runway 22 left number 2. Boston traffic.
Flap 0.
That felt pretty good. It was really, really windy at the last minute. You see how the wind just kind of picked us up and took us off? Let's just grab the one here. Sleeveless JSG Droid. I've given up on the A340 and the A350. They're pretty good. The A340's been great. Boston traffic, TWA 441 is now clear of runway 22 left. Happy landings, Boston. There's a little gust of the wind, though, at the last bit to blow you off. Elevate X says it's a 727. Really? This isn't a 727. Another Wasm crash. JSG Droid, you had a Wasm crash in the A350? No. You have to manually go in and change it. So it does say it's a 727. Okay, I didn't realize that. I think American got TWA, so American is in Terminal B, right? You know what? After a JSG Droid, yeah, scratch that as a cross-the-pond airplane. There is no way I would do, be ready for cross-the-pond like that. I took up a lot of runway. I'm sure we'll do some flights in this on Thursday. I'm going to try and do a flight with this on Wednesday for YouTube. Yeah, the A340.
Traffic, New England 1610, 5 miles on runway 22 left number 1.
There's the airplane right there that's following us in. Yeah, the L1011's a little bit too old to have Wasm technology, right? I'm close to uninstalling it. I'd take the A306 first. JSG Droid has had most of the Wasm crashes. Now, you're probably a little bit more adventurous than I've been with the A350. I think the A350 is a really cool airplane. I like it a lot, but I'm just not willing to be that adventurous with a Wasm crash. Loviz says the 777s are nice after the update. Why don't we just come in here to United Land? We know where all the coffee machines are here, right? But yeah, JSG Droid has had more crashes, I think, with that airplane than anybody else. And nose light off. That's probably pretty good for this airplane.
Off traffic, 1610, short final, runway 22 left, and confirmed it is gusty.
Yep, there's gusty winds coming on in. Okay, I think we're ready. Let's turn this off. And engine 1, engine 2, engine 3. That can go off too. So all of that looks good. Parking checklist. And let's also come on over to ground. We need a ground power unit. We need a jetway. We need cargo. And I think I did that out of sequence. So the airplane's a little dark here. So let's turn. There we go. That's a little bit better. Oh, there's that guy that's always pacing around. We made it. We made it. So, we learned no WASM crashes on the L1011 for the Brave. I don't know. Now, it could be that over the course between now and the time we get to cross the pond, it could be that someone's going to come up with a really groovy workflow that says, okay, if you've got to change your approach or something, how do you get that into the INS? You know, is there an easy way to get that thing into the INS? And if there is, then at that point in time, I think that this airplane comes into play as far as being able to be a really good cross-the-pond airplane, maybe. We should probably turn our logo lights on because, hey, we got a big old TWA here. How does one know if there's been a WASM crash? All of your screens turn orange. All of your computer monitors in your simulated airplane turn orange. That's the WASM crash now. Used to be it just froze. Everything just froze, and you just had no idea. Now all the monitors turn orange. And as we were coming on in, Vinny did a very nice resub to the channel. Vinny, thank you for a 31-month resub. 31 months is a long time. Thanks for being here. I hope you appreciate that. Thank you so much for the awesome support and the great jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for being here. And if you flew along with me today, thank you so much. A few too many crashes today for me, but it looks like we've got everything working just fine. VATSIM was just solid as a rock for me today. So I think maybe that little problem is going to be over. I'm sure we'll be doing some L1011s flights as soon as we get everything going next on Thursday when we start. And like I said, I was going to try and do just, you know, a simulator pilot's view of this airplane and a flight to see how that works. The smart way for across the pond is to have a GPS backup, which really isn't cheating because the airlines use them too as a backup in the early days of GPS. Yeah, and you can easily come in here and you can go to the menu page, and I think you can go to aircraft, and you can put in a GPS. So you could use the INS and the GPS. And if you look over here, look at what we got here. There is a GPS right down there that you can use. So, you know, enter. And I mean, you can use this as a GPS too. It's the older version, but guess what? It will work. It'll work here. So Loviz is right. That might be a really great option as well too. Now, if you want to be really, really pure at heart and stick with just an INS, you can do that as well too. I don't know. That might be a virtue that is a little bit too hard to deal with, especially until we can come up with a good workflow as far as putting in new things. Roddy did an MD-11 today. You bought the MD-11. That's a really good solid airplane, and it's probably a good one worth thinking about using as far as a cross-the-pond airplane. And so are the 777s, although a few people have had some crashes. Some crashes with the 777s. My guess is PMDG has probably fixed them. I mean, they probably fixed them. So the 777s, great airplane for cross the pond. This airplane, probably not so bad, you know, if we can figure out how to put in new waypoints and new arrivals. And then, of course, you know, the MD-11 is another good one. You could also use the A330 from AnyBuilds. I tried that 1 year and it worked great. So all sorts of great options. Thank you for coming in today. I am so grateful for the fun. I really, after yesterday, just absolutely needed some flying time with friends, even if I went auguring into the ground and into the water. So I am really grateful for you being here. Thank you for coming in and flying the fun airplanes with us. I think it was a really good time. I had a blast, and I hope you enjoyed flying around too. Just looking to see if there's anybody that we know that might be fun to go and see. And I'm not seeing a lot of folks that we know here. Let me just, category isn't working. Okay, who do I know? Let's see. Overnight flight, that probably, they're not sitting there probably. There's somebody doing EasyJet ops. EGGW to LFPG. Aviate Dan. I don't know if we've ever met Aviate Dan. Not necessarily the headwind. Maybe look, if you're talking about the A330 or the Horizon or something, but if it's the A330, look for the AnyBuilds A330. That was solid. Yeah, Manaphy, I'm going to need to go and do, I've got a meeting that's going to be right in the middle of flying time. So I'm just not going to be able to be here tomorrow. It's one that I have to do. It's about getting older and retirement money and figuring out how you're going to do those things. So I've kind of got to go and do those things. My raid button has just gone completely blank. So something is weird with raiding. I can't get it to work. I don't know, something's weird. So thank you for coming in today. Thank you for being such great flight sim friends. Thank you for flying along with me. There was some nice gifts today. Thank you for gifting some subs to people. Amargosa, it's okay here, and I hope it's good for you. Hi, Mr. Fast. We're just ready to call it a day. Again, I've tried to hit the raid button twice, and it's not working. So we're just going to call it a night, and if you find somebody that you like, otherwise, go get some pizza and enjoy the evening. I'll see you over on Discord for the next few days. Keep you updated on what's going, and I will look forward to seeing you on Thursday and maybe Wednesday on YouTube. Until then, as always, please stay healthy, stay safe, and I can't wait to see you in the friendly sim skies. Cheers.